Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to.
Minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
Tak přísáme!
I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás.
Dámy a pánové, mohu poprosit...
Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem. Staň se občanem.
Svoboda,
Tak dámy a pánové, dobré dopoledne, je přesně 8:30. Jsem rád, že můžeme přistoupit k zahájení 13. ročníku Národní bezpečnostní konference. Naše bezpečnost není samozřejmost a věřím, že tato 13. bude šťastným číslem pro nás, pro všechny.
We apologize, but unfortunately we are experiencing some technical difficulties.
Excelence, pane senátoři, poslanci a poslankyně, už jsem říkal, že
Dear First Deputy Prime Minister, Minister, First Deputy Excellencies, Generals, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to warmly welcome you all to the 13th Annual National Security Conference. Our security cannot be taken for granted. We established this conference in 2014 on the occasion of the 15th anniversary of the Czech Republic's accession to NATO. which gave the Czech Republic its highest security guarantees in history based on transatlantic ties. And therefore, I'm glad that we are meeting here again in early March. And once again, I can see this ballroom of the Prague Castle full. This year, the interest was higher than the capacity, so we apologize for your understanding if we could not accommodate your interest and invite you here in person. Since this conference was established, it has the same concept. It's a national platform based on interaction between top-notch experts and politicians, because in order to address current security issues, you need both experts as well as politicians who make the respective decisions. And therefore, we appreciate the patronage of the Prime Minister. And now I will quote, "I very much appreciate this traditional conference, which creates space for political discussion on key issues of security and defense of the Czech Republic. I very much appreciate the fact that the conference contributes to open dialogue between politicians, experts, and representatives of the security and armed forces," unquote. So this was a quote from the Prime Minister's letter. This conference has become a prestigious platform over the years. And this year, we are continuing the tradition of inviting the representatives of the new government who will now introduce their views on the Czech Republic's foreign policy and security and defense issues. And I'm glad that the new National Security Advisor will be making his appearance here. Since its inception in 2014, the Security Conference is taking place just a few days after a major international crisis has broken out, which is a testament to the current turbulent environment in which we find ourselves. And again, it proves that our security cannot be taken for granted. First, we will hear from the major representatives of the government, and then we will address several expert topics. The dynamic transformation of the security environment is generating demand for ever more modern technologies and financial resources. In the first expert panel, we will focus on top Czech defense technologies, and we will discuss how to keep them at a world-class level, and also how to finance them through Czech venture investment funds. Then we will continue with a topic that we perceive as increasingly relevant, and we include it every year. And this year it's even more important because it focuses on interconnecting our external and internal security. We very much appreciate that a large number of the top officials led by the President are participating in the conference, and the President's keynote speech will open the second part of the 13th annual conference. He will be speaking here as Commander-in-Chief. And our afternoon session will include the Ambassador of the United States, His Excellency Nicholas Merrick, who will be speaking here in the afternoon. One of our long-term goals is to strive for and support the establishment of a domestic consensus in the area of security issues. And therefore, we are very much pleased that our traditional political panel will close this conference. It will feature senior representatives of political parties and movements from the Chamber of Deputies in its new composition following last autumn's election. Thank you. I would like to extend my gratitude to President Petr Pavel for his patronage, also Prime Minister Andrej Babiš, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs Petr Matsinka, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense Jaromír Zuna, and Minister of the Interior Lubomír Metnar. I would also like to acknowledge the continuous support for the conference from the from the Ministry of Defense. I would also like to thank for the continuous support for the conference from the defense industry, both contractors and the Czech domestic defense industry, because in today's situation it is of key importance to have strong domestic defense capabilities. And it is great to see that the Czech Republic, that the Czech company CSG has become a global player, and that two companies from Slovácko, Česká zbrojovka and Zaveta Ammunition, are celebrating their 19th anniversary this year. They were established in the 1930s by the Czechoslovak government amidst the dramatically deteriorating security environment in order to make our defense industry as strong as possible. Therefore, please allow me, by way of conclusion, to thank all the partners without which we would not be able to organize today's conference. So general partner Czechoslovak Group, also and Tata Trucks, also Ministry of Defense, and the main partners, BAE Systems, Colt CZ Group, Česká zbrojovka, Lockheed Martin and Zaveta Ammunition. The conference was also supported by partners Aerovodochody and Omnipol Group. And this conference will be closed by our glass of wine, supported by Ray Service. And we would also like to thank American Friends of the Czech Republic and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung for their support. The media partner of the conference are NATO Aktuál, CZ and CZ Defense. And by this I would close my speech, and I would like to ask Karel Havlíček, First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic, to take to the stage.
Vážený pane ministře,
Dear Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, we would perhaps all agree that with respect to security, we are right now going through one of the most difficult period of times in the past decade. And it's not only due to the fact what is going on in the past or has been going on in the past month, but we have to look at it from the point of view of what we have experienced in the 6 to 7 years. Pandemic, energy crisis, then several conflicts in Ukraine, in the Gaza Strip, right now in Middle East, and we cannot underestimate the situation between China and Taiwan, then a big question mark in Afghanistan, and we can go on and on. To a large extent, these facts have impacted relationships in the world, also on the economic level. Simply speaking, relationships based on relations transformed into transactional relations, and we have to perceive it like that and adapt to that. Also, superpowers are getting stronger and stronger. We see the Russia being aggressive and expanding. We see strengthening of China. We can only face it by strengthening other superpowers, the USA and then Europe. And our duty is to participate and actively be involved in it. When talking about the security conflicts, Ukraine, Gaza, and Middle East, despite big discrepancies in the political sense, I think that these are issues that we all agree about. We have all condemned the Russian aggression. We have clearly supported Israel within the conflict in Gaza. And it's good that we have presented quite clear position with respect to Middle East and the conflict there. Unlike some of the countries, including countries of the EU, this is the break point. This is the situation that we cannot put our head in Honduras, and we cannot get provoked whether it's legal or legitimate. It's necessary, because if Iran actually completes its nuclear program and the regime headed by a single person has nuclear missiles, then we will only talk about what we could have done in order to stop a huge problem for the whole planet. So I firmly believe that all the countries that are allies should strongly support the US and Israel, similarly to what we did. And to take a clear position, we need to support the US and strengthen US and Europe, and strengthen cooperation between US and Europe, both at the level of security cooperation, but also economic, political, energy, and raw material level. We have to admit that the virtual fight that was created or established about 15 years ago, when our ambition was to catch up with the US, meant that we underestimated the situation. The US is not an enemy. The US are our ally, and we have to look at it from a different perspective. But strengthening the security, which is the topic of today's conference, needs to be based on several pillars. And what is important, it needs to be balanced. We could discuss what could even be better, but we will definitely agree that it has to be based on a defense pillar. It's about our alliance within NATO. I have said several times at this conference that the most important milestone for the Czech Republic was to become a member of the NATO, but I have also repeatedly said at this conference that it has to go hand in hand with the strengthening of the relationships with the US. It's all about the discussion about meeting our duties and obligations. Right now, we need to fulfill at least 2% of GDP, and we actually put plus 14 billion crowns into defense spending. So you could say that it could be better, you are right, but we have to find the balance when we talk about other steps in terms of strengthening of our security. When we talk about internal security, it's based on the fact that we need to maintain the condition of the Czech Republic so that it's not under threat of major migration flows. And actually today, during this difficult situation in the Middle East, those countries that were able to curb the migration in the previous years are in a better position. And we can ask a question why some countries with a larger proportion of migrants actually use, I believe, two diplomatic statements. So internal security based on the thing that we have to curb migration from third countries, but also there is also a threat of migration of Ukrainian veterans after the conflict in Ukraine is finished. And we are talking about tens of thousands of people, and we should be prepared for that. And I think that the internal security is going to play a major role compared to external security. And we have to actually work on that. And staffing is important, and we have to pay the personnel and also motivate them, and that means more spending. The next area, energy security, as it is not given only by the geopolitical situation, but there is also price availability and accessibility, diversification of resources, and also availability of resources resources, and it costs a lot of money. And if we look at the risks arising from interruption of supplies related to the threat of blackouts, we are talking about hundreds of billions of crowns that would need to be invested into networks, and it is a step in the direction of strengthening the internal security of the Czech Republic as well as of the whole of Europe. What is the reason for that? The change in the energy mix, but perhaps this is an ideological discussion, but it's another topic. But we will need to invest billions of Czech crowns into strengthening the energy infrastructure. So we need to find resources in the budget. Next, it's about security related to self-sufficiency in terms of raw materials, agriculture, food, etc. So all these things were underestimated just a couple of years ago. We thought that we shouldn't be, that we will have the clever, smart people in Europe and the rest will be imported into Europe. It is not a mistake to make a mistake. That happens. What is a mistake is not to admit it and not to change the behavior. What I really do not like is that often we are not able to admit that this is the reality. We have to admit that we made wrong decisions in the past and that we have to change it. It means that it will take us more time to improve the situation. So we as a Europe need to achieve a higher level of self-reliance. And all of that costs a lot of money. And we can ask whether we will actually invest money directly or indirectly. I think that we can also use some indirect mechanisms, loans, etc. What I want to say is that there is a huge pressure on public budgets, not only in the Czech Republic, but also in other countries. And smart government should not be provoked and pushed into a corner just by a single issue. We need to strengthen the security in all these areas and support it in a balanced way. We just cannot allow it to go into only one direction. And of course, we need to consider the budgetary restraints. So let's support defense, energy security, independence in terms of industry, raw materials, agricultural produce. Let's strengthen the internal security and let's do it in a balanced way in all these areas. In the afternoon, we will have a panel where we will be able to discuss it even in more detail. So thank you very much for giving me the floor. Unfortunately, I'll have to leave right now, but I'll come back in the afternoon. Thank you for your attention.
Děkujeme panu prvnímu místopředsedovi vlády Karlu Havlíčkovi za jeho
Thank you, Karel Havlíček, First Deputy Prime Minister, for your opening remarks. Mr. First Deputy Prime Minister will be back. And now I would like to ask Jaromír Zuna, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense of the Czech Republic, to take to the stage. Well, I think I'm the only member of the government at this point. Dear senators, dear members of the Chamber of Deputies, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. I'm pleased I have the opportunity to participate in this conference. Our security cannot be taken for granted, and be here in the position of a Minister of Defense. I would also like to thank Jagelo and Mr. Pavlecik for the invitation. I would also like to thank the organizers and supporters for organizing this conference, which is a staple in our calendars. I'm convinced that we all, not only as citizens, but representatives of the defense and security community, can be proud of having such conference in the Czech Republic, especially if it's being held in such prestigious auspices and premises as these. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our servicemen and the entire Ministry of Defense who are contributing to the evacuation of Czech citizens from the Middle East. The Army of the Czech Republic is executing its tasks and does so in conditions that we never thought of in the past. It is only good when we look at the trends in the security environment and the threats that are emerging for the Czech Republic. In cooperation, in line with the Czech government's testamento and manifest, it is great that we have a functional government that can take care of its citizens, even in crisis and times of crisis. It's one of the main priorities of our government. When we look at the current conflict, it is clear how important air defense is. Strategic stockpiles of ammunition, functional system of warning of citizens, a system of resilient society, importance of security domains, and so on. These areas are also top priorities of the Czech Republic, and the current events show that these priorities were well chosen. Preparedness of air defense and ground defense is focused on defending key, important and strategic infrastructure. The costs, of course, are high. We have to find consensus in order to be able to earmark sufficient funds and invest them well. Therefore, we should not simplify the importance of building and enhancing our army. We should focus on practical interventions implemented in real time in order to react to the current needs of our security environment. This brings to mind one important text by Professor Matler, who talks about reflecting the reflection on the importance of transatlantic ties. She said back then, military is used more than in the times of Cold War, and it is used as Clausewitz's tool of policy. It is being used in cooperation with other tools in more countries. This was back in 2004. Now, with hindsight, we are witnesses of the escalation of new clashes worldwide. We can see that rivalry is pushing away cooperation. International norms and standards are being touted and put into doubt, and we can see new threats to our security, stability. New vulnerabilities are emerging and new dependencies as well. The United States, at the same time, in line with its strategy, are taking steps to make sure Europe takes responsibility for its own security and security of the entire region. And this pushes NATO into adapting, and Europe as well, into adapting its policies to new realities. It wouldn't have to be this way if, for a long time, we looked at the main conservative schools of building capabilities, armies, and were not taken or did not believe false arguments and others. Therefore, now we have to look for new balances, and therefore it is so difficult and costs so much and has such political implications. That's the balance that Minister Havlíček talked about. The quality of strategies is always built on whether we can ask the right questions. I hope that we will be able to put the right questions into new concepts of the Ministry of Defense. The main question is how we should invest well into our army. When we look at 2014 to 2025, when the defense spending increased by 400%, how come that the battle readiness and effectiveness did not increase as well? Why are we not able to keep the pace of modernizing our army that we had in the first 5 years of professionalization of our army? There are many questions like that, many similar questions that I could ask. We were able to plan the building capacities of our heavy brigade, but when the budget increased to 160%, how come we delayed some other modernization efforts by several years? There are answers to these questions, but we have to look at the hard data. In this context, I remember a discussion between Margaret Thatcher and Mikhail Gorbachev. Mrs. Thatcher said, if the wealth of a country is based on the number of natural resources, Russia would be a paradise and Hong Kong would be just a poor village. But it's quite the contrary, because it depends on how we decide to live.
V podstatě my víme dlouhodobě, že potenciál čistě štátních procesů, tvorbě strategických dokumentů.
We know that when preparing strategic documents, we need to think twice, and therefore the language of our concepts is still more and more formal. NATO is a category of asymmetric alliances. We know that. We actually wrote several such textbooks here as well in the Czech Republic. Responsibility needs to be shifted more on European allies as well, so that we do not only depend on the US. We've been knowing that for quite some time. Therefore, we cannot hide behind false pretexts saying that we did not know about these major shifts and changes, and therefore we took wrong turns and made wrong decisions. And therefore, we are convinced that the solution is not so much change in our defense policies, but return to our real defense policies, to return to realpolitik of building defense capabilities of our nation, which will mean the following. Trustworthy army is one of the cornerstones of state sovereignty, defense and security of our citizens, and fulfillment of our international promises and obligations. Therefore, we need to have a professionalized army which will be able to protect the Czech Republic and contribute to collective defense of our allies. Of course, this will bear high costs. Therefore, we are revising and reviewing strategic documents and targets of our defense. We will focus on real needs of defending our airspace and the citizens of the Czech Republic. Our priorities include several goals, especially preparing for current as well as future threats, with more emphasis placed on internal threats as well. In terms of doctrine, we will focus on implementing modern trends in warfare and a systemic fulfillment of Article 3 of Washington Agreement. We will also modernize defense legislature so that it is in line with alliance requirements and current security environment. In terms of structural area, we need to prepare subsequent changes which will fulfill the needs vis-à-vis the changing security environment. And this will be one of the main demonstrations of transformation of the Ministry of Defense. This is also connected to the fact that our requirements and our other ties, commitments will need to be reflected in the current changes. In the area of personnel, we will change the training of our army and armed forces and improve the training of our forces so that it is in line with the current requirements. This will also focus on better training of reservists as well as commanders and command. Without highly motivated personnel, the Czech Republic cannot fulfill its military ambitions and political ambitions. Modernization of armed forces will keep its continuity and pace in line with long-term plans. Modernization includes new systems of air defense, UAVs, strengthening ground forces and also air bases. We need to modernize our digital systems as well as infrastructure. Research and development will play a great role in this regard. Defense spending will be and funding will be focused on foreseeability, and one of the main conditions will be transfer to a more flexible and effective implementation of important projects of armament with regard to new long-term plans of funding. We need to improve our legislation as well, which needs to be adapted to be in line with current threats and risks. Harmonization of crisis management will be implemented through national as well as international trainings and exercises. Our army and active reserves and general reserves need to create one integrated whole. Strategic planning in the area of defense will include long-term defense outlook until 2040 and a concept of building the Czech army until 2040. The funding of the army will be based on a national budget of at least 2% GDP spending, and it will reflect the current needs of the country. In 2026, a new unit will be created focused on efficient drawing of funds and reflecting new various tools such as NATO, ACIP capabilities, financial framework 2030 plus, and so on. Efficient strengthening of our capabilities and defense will support the interconnection of startup community, deep tech community, and defense community with our participation in Czech Hub and Diana Accelerator. We will create an experimental unit aimed at using dual applications. We very much welcome the use of dual-use technologies. In cooperation with the Technology Agency of the Czech Republic, the Ministry of Defense will extend its new PRODEF program, supporting new and breakthrough technologies. Foreign cooperation will be also very important in order to continue having good ties and relations with our allies and neighboring countries. We will focus on cooperation in traditional areas such as training, planning, logistics, crisis management, interoperability, and the fulfillment of our roles within NATO structures, as well as the highly topical area in army modernization. As I've mentioned many times before, our army, our economy and defense industry, and the extent of our defense and security has great potential, which will form the cornerstone of our further strengthening of our army and the security of our country. Let's try to tap into this potential and use it to the fullest. My aim will be to motivate people to achieve the plans of our vision, which we cannot maybe fulfill now because we miss the resources, but we might have them later on. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention, and I hope that this year's conference will be a unique platform for our expert interaction, as well as a source of important information, and I hope it will be a success. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense, Jaromír Zuna, for a very detailed plan that he would like to implement while being the Minister of Defense. And as I said, this conference is focusing both on internal and external defense. I'm glad to invite Lukáš Klučka, the first Deputy Minister of the Interior of the Czech Republic, to take the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I would like to thank for inviting me to this conference and for the opportunity to give my speech here. Security threats are evolving, and this evolution is related not only to the global development, but also to the acceleration of technological advances. Crime and threats are increasingly shifting to the digital environment. Scam calls, fake investment platforms, stealing of identities, extortion via social media or data attacks. All of these are cases that the Czech police deal with on a daily basis. Similarly, and it is also a very important topic, is the polarization of the society, which today, unfortunately, is accelerating. The digital space brings opportunities, but also fundamental vulnerabilities, and the state must respond to this fact. However, it must respond in a way that it does not exacerbate these problems, and I'm talking mainly about the polarization of the society. One of our main priorities is to modernize the security forces. We want to invest in technology, in analytical tools, in data processing capabilities, and above all, and we've heard it today several times, in people and human capital. Today, crime often and quickly crosses borders, and it is a matter of just seconds. And that is why we need to keep very close relations with our foreign partners. The digitization of public administration is not just a matter of convenience, but it is mainly a tool for strengthening the security and efficiency of the state. Secure electronic identity, interconnected registers, fast and controlled data sharing among authorities, all of this enables the state to respond to external threats quicker. At the same time, we are fully aware that every new digital system must be developed with an emphasis on security from the outset, because resilience and also data protection is an absolute priority. A modern state must be digital, but above all, a digital state must be secure. The Ministry of the Interior also plays a clear role in crisis management. We must be prepared for emergencies, whether these are natural disasters, large-scale power outages, or cyber attacks. Today, states' resilience means the ability to respond quickly, to coordinate activities of different agencies and minimize impact on citizens. And this requires close cooperation on the state level, but also with the private sector, because many critical infrastructure elements are in the hands of private entities. And that is why we need to focus on such cooperation. Security does not begin at the moment of intervention. It begins with prevention, and that is true mainly for the online environment threats and digital threats. Public awareness is of key importance. We need to inform the public how to behave in the online environment, because many attacks are successful because perpetrators are able to exploit trust or ignorance of the digital environment. That's why we support projects focusing on digital literacy. We cooperate with school and the NGOs. A resilient society is the best foundation for a secure state. New forms of crime also require an appropriate legal framework. We are therefore working to make sure that legislation is able to respond to the development while remaining in balance with the protection of fundamental rights and freedoms, as security must not be used as an excuse to weaken the rule of law. On the contrary, a strong rule of law is a prerequisite for long-term security. We also advocate a strategic approach to risk management. We do not want to respond to a single incident. Our goal is to build a system that is resilient in the long run. Ladies and gentlemen, security is a process. It is our commitment, our joint effort. At the Ministry of the Interior, we consider it our duty to create a condition for the Czech Republic to be a safe, stable, and trustworthy state that is able to protect its citizens both in the physical and digital space. I would like to thank all members of the security forces, experts who are involved in these activities. And I would like to thank you for today's discussion, as it can contribute to even better preparation for these new challenges. Thank you very much for your attention.
Jsme měli možnost v průběhu úvodních 3
So we had an opportunity to get a clear idea about the priorities on behalf of the government from the first Deputy Prime Minister, from the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense, and also we heard on behalf of the Minister of the Ministry of the Interior. And now, as we have a very busy program, I would like to ask Martina Tauberová to come forward and start the first panel.
Vážený pane ministře,
Dear Minister,
vážený pane náčelníku generálního štábu,
dear
vážení významní
Chief of
hosté,
Staff,
děkujeme moc
dear
organizátorům za příležitost
we would like to thank the organizers for setting up this panel on the topic of Czech defense technologies and how to keep them at a world-class level, and how to respond to the current challenges, which are great. I would like to react to what ministers mentioned and to react to their speeches. And I am glad to hear that they understand the current challenges. They reiterated the main priorities and defined them in the need to promote security of the Czech Republic, to take care of the defense of this country. It was mentioned by both ministers. These are positive messages that we are all waiting for. Welcome them. And now we need to discuss how these priorities can be taken further in cooperation with the Czech industry and which conditions are needed.
Tak jak řekl i pan ministr Havlíček, mít tu smart
in order to have a smart government which will use the opportunities and support its economy. We know, and we've heard it by the Czech members of the government in the past, that the Czech defense industry has the potential to be the driving force of Czech economy. Our advantage is that we have a very good and strong defense industry which has strong tradition and innovation potential. We have a number of technology companies, startups that reacted very quickly to the developments in Ukraine and that are sending its systems to Ukraine, are able to increase research and development and tap into their unused potential. Because we need to tap into our potential if we want to be truly smart, just like Minister Havlíček mentioned. So let's talk about which conditions need to be fulfilled, what the main drawbacks and weaknesses of our systems are in order to remedy and our weaknesses, in order to move our defense capabilities further, in order to react to the unprecedented challenges, and also how to make our system more efficient and streamline our processes to be able to react to the current challenges. We have a number of experts here. Jakub Tomas, member of the board of directors and commercial director of ERA, Colonel Marcel Vašíček, director of the Military Intelligence Satellite Center, Olga Chabra-Krylova, a general partner of venture capital, and Tichomír Jenknut, venture capital, Presto Ventures. Thank you very much for coming here, and I would like to say that these speakers were chosen very well because they should emphasize the main triangle of our stakeholders. So, industry on one side, technology users on the other side, and the third corner or the third part is the financial sector. So let's start our discussion, and let's say what makes our technological superiority. I will ask the first question, Jakub Tomas. I think ERA needs no introduction because everyone knows this company. It's a supplier of top-notch surveillance systems. So perhaps tell me where ERA stands in comparison with other European stakeholders and companies. Dear Prime Minister, dear ministers, members of the government, and Chief of Staff, dear journalists, ladies and gentlemen. Martina, thank you for inviting me to be a member of this panel. I would try to say what or how we perceive the statements mentioned here in ERA company. Because in the area of expert, we managed to give our systems to 74 countries worldwide. So even great players on the world field consider our company to be very efficient in the area of passive surveillance systems, which means that even great players become inspired by our marketing claims. And the fact that we were successful in many tenders, including NATO tenders, is very important, and we very much appreciate the fact that our technologies were selected as part of international military assistance, for instance, to Ukraine, and that we were the first Czech technology company who was able to use the EPF, European Peace Facility tool or instrument. When coming to this conference, and that's how I would like to open this panel, I asked myself what the main reasons for keeping our company at the world level are, first of all, long-term perspective. We are in the defense industry. Defense is here to will be here forever. Even though we see how missile area is important, but still defense is here to stay. And I'm glad that we are part of Omnipol Group, which understands defense and aerospace area very well. Second of all, innovation and investment. Investment in research and development. The current number, over 55% of employees is engaged in research, development and product management. Since COVID, our goal is to participate more in various subsidy programs, and we can see Christina Helm on behalf of OPP. And as she's mentioned before, yes, the administrative or the paperwork is great. It's a great burden, but still, it's a beautiful network of contacts, even though the contribution is 500,000 euros. Third of all, focus on the users. We very much appreciate our cooperation with the Army of the Czech Republic. It's very important to be engaged in individual military exercises and have very close ties with the Army. And fourth of all, and I promise this is the last point, the fact that we are learning from the greater and the more experienced world leaders and European leaders, both in the area of business as well as life cycles, and sustainable life cycle. We have to look at how European and world companies are cooperating with their respective governments. One British company taught us a beautiful word, frenemy, friend and enemy. And it's a great characteristic of European defense industry, because sometimes we are competitors, whereas other times we need to cooperate. And various European initiatives that we have at this point are the platform for cooperation. Thank you, Jakub. Now I would like to turn to Mr. Vašíček, Director of the Military Intelligence Satellite Center. I would like to ask you to briefly introduce SATCEN, your military satellite center, and its importance in this ecosystem. Good morning, everyone. Minister, the Generals. My name is Marcel Vašíček, and I am the Director of the Military Intelligence Satellite Center, and I'm glad to have been invited here, because since we are part of military intelligence, there are not that many pieces of information available regarding our center. Our center is focused on strategic intelligence, image intelligence. We receive satellite images for the purpose, for the needs of the Czech army and Czech administration. We distribute them. We buy the satellite images on behalf of the users, and then we provide them to the users mentioned free of charge. We save state or government money, because when we buy a satellite image once, we can distribute it to the stakeholders several times. This is being done based on the role that we received in 2019. Following a resolution of the government, we became a national authority, which is connected to the tasks that we have, saying that we provide satellite images and related services to the Czech government. This helps, or this contributes to the defense of the Czech Republic as well. And on the top of that, we also provide services to NATO. We are the greatest contributor to the image and genoid community, meaning image or satellite intelligence. And since 2020, we've been one of the two countries who provide satellite data for NATO to gather with the USA. And we received a letter from NATO thanking us for our current support, for the support that we provide, which was also not only appreciation but a great support for our future activities. Not only that we provide these pieces of information for the provision of security and defense of our country, we also try to develop the Czech defense industry that I will mention in cooperation with Golem X project. And we also use technologies made and developed in the Czech Republic. Thank you. Perhaps I would focus on Golem X. Could you tell us more about the cooperation with the Czech industry on this project, and also in the context of how you emphasize the importance of military intelligence and your satellite center within NATO? What were the key factors that moved you to the top within NATO? Well, what helped us become the best? First of all, support provided to military intelligence, because building capabilities that we've had for some 20 years, but at a different level, at the level of several people with a low or small budget. It wasn't possible, but in 2018 we established a satellite center that was heavily invested in technologies and both in personnel. Currently, we have the best experts that I, as the director, could have imagined, because they are great experts, professionals, and in any activities that we do, they are perceived experts not only within the Czech Republic but also at NATO level. We also attend various trainings and also provide trainings at a NATO level in the area of image intelligence or satellite intelligence. At first, we set out a clear vision. The vision is that military intelligence is a strategic tool for strategic support, and it needs to have access to data, good and quality data, because we cannot find ourselves in a situation when we lack the necessary and relevant data. And we cannot be in a situation when we wouldn't be able to provide the data to the statutory users. So we established several agreements with key companies abroad which are able to provide satellite images with the resolution that we need. But we told ourselves that one day we will want to be independent, because we do not want foreign companies to know where our interests lie, what we do, how we approach our tasks. That's why we decided to change the course of development, to develop our own capabilities. We use AI, develop AI for analysis of satellite data, and we also develop our own satellite systems. Just like Minister mentioned before, this proved relevant in the conflict of Ukraine, because when the conflict broke out, we had no one gave us any data. We had to get to the data ourselves, and the same was proven again this weekend when the conflict in the Middle East broke out. The same situation, but we were able to resolve it very quickly. So we are engaged both in national projects, because we know that the support to Czech defense industry is very important, and the Czech industry is doing very well, especially in the area of space technologies, AI, and others, and so on.
Thank you. So you have confirmed that data sovereignty plays a key role and it gives us a strategic value. So now I would like to turn to colleagues from venture capital funds. And I have a question to Olga Chabr-Grillová from Lumina Ventures. What about you? What is the technology of key importance that should be developed, and what should the Czech industry have from the point of view of venture capital funds? Well, we invest mainly into dual technologies, and we are aware that we have historic potential in companies that work in the area of cybersecurity and AI, and we believe that the potential that we want to increase are the technologies that could help the defense systems and also Czech companies. That's why we say dual technologies, because strengthening of the resilience, as we've heard, such as data security, autonomous technologies, cybersecurity. So these are those that we really need to have really at the top of the value chain. Thank you very much. And what about you, Tichomír? Could you tell me what are the key technologies into your fund that your fund invests into? Thank you very much for the invitation. Prestotech Horizons is a joint venture fund in cooperation with CSG, and we invest into technologies that contribute to sovereignty and military capabilities of NATO and allies. So it's not only about defense technologies, but anything that actually contributes to a smooth flow and better capabilities and better sovereignty. So this range is among or from cyber solutions, quantum computers, chips, radars, and also defense technologies such as drones, drone infrastructure, and also rockets and rocket fuels. What is the position of the Czech Republic? Is it difficult to find projects, or do you have many Czech entities that you could invest into? Well, there is a huge potential in the Czech Republic, and we have many interesting companies, but we also focus on the Czech Republic as well as other NATO countries, because in the Czech Republic, what is missing is the segment when we have a prototype ready and we can test it. And we have a strong team that knows how to get to companies that are present here today and how to do a deal with them. In France, in the US, we have various innovation incubators that speed up the process, and we are missing the segment into which the startups could jump into. And if you want to invest as an investor without being afraid that you really invest only into presentation, we do not have companies that have been tested. They would have a contract with CSG or with Colt. So we have many candidates that could open up the door to these companies. Lockheed Martin and many other companies have their own venture capital funds that actually bring these opportunities, and this is something that is missing in the Czech Republic, and we want to do something about it. I need to say that the Czech Republic is a huge technological talent. Universities producing engineers and IT specialists are often compared to world universities much better. The talent is huge, but what is missing is the business support and support of startups. And if we manage to better utilize the talent that is huge, it would really contribute not only to the economy and also the industrial base. So the support to startups and academia is something that we are missing, whilst there are technological talents. So how would you describe today's ecosystem? What are the main principles, or what are your main partners, or how do you perceive the cooperation with various state agencies? We have representatives of Czech Invest, from NATO, Diana, that incubates startups. So what is needed from your point of view to improve in our system and to support more? I would say that, for example, NATO, Diana, well, we cooperate with them very closely. It's the right step how to get the business world and the startup world closer, because all the companies that go through this program have a much stronger relation to individual elements, and there is a process in place as the cycle before you make the first deal with Boeing, Thales could last for a year if you have the exact right parameters and contacts. If you do not have the right contracts, you don't have all the certificates, you can knock on the doors and for 5 years and you will never get in. So these accelerators really help a lot. Czech Defense Hub and NATO Diana are really great projects. They hugely contribute to the capabilities of NATO, and I'm glad that we have such a good quality acceleration site in the Czech Republic, and we can get inspired by, for example, Brave One in Ukraine that gives equity-free grants for startups that then help develop technologies and are looking for a customer within the army, whether it's at the level of brigades or the Ministry of Defense. And of course, it makes sense that Ukrainians are the leaders because there is war there. But this organization was created out of the need. But similar organizations to Brave One at the level of the European or Czech context would actually be able to help startups. A huge topic for the Czech defense industry has been and is funding from established financing institutions. There are new initiatives on the European level. So I have another question. How do you perceive the fact that financial institutions, including venture capital funds, actually perceive the defense industry? Has there been a certain change in the 5th year of war in Ukraine? Well, it's clear that it is true for you, but how do you see it within the context of other venture capitalists? Well, the change is quite obvious. At the same time, we invest into dual technologies, so technologies that are not perhaps offensive technologies, but improve resilience. But if we talk about Estonia, they are quite surprised that we do not have also offensive technologies, because the mentality is slightly different here. Well, we mainly support dual technologies here, and banks, to get a loan for a startup when you have no revenue is not easy. There are not that many grants. The process is difficult. So either the startup goes through a grant, through research, and then they actually will find a partner. There is no other alternative. In France, we see that the support is more intensive as far as grants are concerned, so they can use the proper shelf and they can start working. And well, we've talked about the accelerators, and it's a pity that there are not many Czech startups. Because if you want to qualify, you need to have a prototype, you need to have a partner, and the process is slow, and this is something that we are missing. I would give you 2 examples. The European Investment Fund, EIF, which is the largest supporter of European venture capital funds. Several years ago, there was no discussion about defense in Brussels or financial support of funds. Last year, the EIF founded its sub-fund that funds venture capital funds that focus on defense technologies. And in 3 months, 150 million euros were drawn because there were so many good quality projects. So the European Union decided to give the money, and we know that they are now working on a fund worth 300 million euros that should be open in June. And also I talked to an expert from a fund focusing on space technology. The fund was established in 2016. And in the contract with investors, they had a clause saying that they cannot invest in defense technology. And if some of the technology is used for defense technology, there is a lengthy approval process. And I talked to him on Tuesday, and he said that the clause was silently removed, and they are being opened more and more to defense technologies, and they are considering also exposure for arms and arms systems and weapons. So are you able to actually ensure good results when talking about cooperation with key partners within the defense industry and also the final users? Well, we are very uniquely positioned as we are a joint venture with CSG, which is a company with unbelievable contacts and technologies all around the world. And that helps us to support portfolio companies to get to final users, to the manufacturing sites, to validation through testing or some technology experts. So that's one thing. And we want to get the best companies into our portfolio, and the best testing is currently in Ukraine. So when we invest, we try to interconnect them with the huge network of contacts in Ukraine. They help with testing immediately at the front line or at testing networks in the vicinity. Well, we invest into a team that is actually quite good at placing that. So it seems to me that they are really doing a great work. They have good contacts and there is interest in terms of cybersecurity or big data processing, as companies are not able to do it and they are always under threat. And I can see it while we receive emails from various our divisions. And I remember there was a cyber attack and one system went down. But what is a pity that in the Czech Republic, the penetration of these technologies is relatively low. They are not accepted, and we need to evaluate what is the origin of the system, who processes the data, and to have our own European leaders that process and therefore also own the data. We see the example in the US. It's not only about proper penetration of the market, but good distribution. So there are also issues that could block this development. But what I wish that all startups are able to penetrate not only into the defense industry, but also into the civilian sectors, because we are just vulnerable. Yes, so thank you very much for your position. And I have a question for the end user, one of the examples, such as SATSEN. So how are you able to absorb new technologies, being the military intelligence? You said that you are preparing close involvement or an incorporation of AI. So how successful are you in that?
In the area of military intelligence, we are doing quite well. Of course, we have some limited possibilities since we are military intelligence and we work in security regime. Of course, our systems have to go through security testing, and we are limited to a certain point. But we are doing well. We cooperate with the best companies, for instance, in the area of AI implementation, because we need AI a lot. We don't have an unlimited number of our members, and data and images. And the amount of data and images that we process is huge. So AI helps us a lot to compensate for the lack of personnel. Yesterday on Seznam Daily, you could read an article that since the Operation Epic Fury in the Middle East, there are various images on the internet which were edited by the AI. And even our people dealt with it during the weekend. You can see that, for instance, sometimes the image shows completely different weather than in reality. That's why we need to have the best technologies in order to be able to distinguish true from false or changed images, in order to be able to provide relevant information and debunk false information. Because everywhere on the internet and social media you can see various fake satellite or ground images. So one of our goals and tasks is to either support the information or debunk it. And perhaps I did not completely answer your question about Saturn, but we decided to cooperate with companies which are able to provide technologies or supply technologies. I speak from personal experience. We learned our lesson. There are a number of skilled and good companies which are able to supply good technologies, and there are many companies who are able to show great PowerPoint presentation, but then nothing. And we cannot accept any company which brings some new solution, but then is not able to provide the technology. We need to have technologies which can be implemented quickly or deployed quickly. We cannot really discuss with some companies what they can provide in 10 years and risk that they will not be able to develop the technology in 10 years. There are also technologies that we develop ourselves, because they are not available anywhere else in the market, since the intelligence environment is so specific. We need some tools that will provide the support and bring the results that we need. When I turn to you, Jakub, from the point of view of industry, do you think that the defense industry currently has enough funding, sufficient funding? And how does ERA approaches cooperation with, let's say, smaller companies which might be developing some niche technology which might fit well within your portfolio? In terms of research and development and building up our portfolio, our question is clear, made or buy, whether we should reinvent the wheel or simply buy the component or implement it. And in this regard, I think there is space for smaller, let's say, niche companies that are looking for a way to accelerate development in their particular area. But what's key for our systems and our company, because we develop our systems and have been working on them for quite some time, is the protection of our know-how and intellectual property. And with regard to the current regulation,
například v
and,
kybernetické bezpečnosti.
and red
Tak je to
tape, especially in the area of
přenášení
cybersecurity.
požadavků například kybernetické bezpečnosti v oblasti NIS 2 a to
For
úplně
instance, in terms of NIS 2,
neulehčuje hledat menší
something that
společnosti,
does
které
not
jsou sice
help
agilní,
us
ale
or
zase nemají
makes it easier for us to look for small
nastavenou
companies, which might be flexible but does not have the necessary infrastructure in order to be able to meet the requirements of the NIS directive regulation. Let's look at the biggest obstacles. The biggest obstacles either now or the biggest obstacles to the development of our industry. What would the biggest obstacles be? Well, certification process, legislative process, and of course testing, having the right kind of data, getting hold of the right data. It means you have to cooperate with a company in order to get to the data. And of course, long-term funding, because sometimes you can have great plans, but if you don't have the necessary funding, you might have to let some people go, decrease the funding, and it's not good for the product, and neither it is good for your partner. I was thinking a lot about this question, and I came to the conclusion that the ecosystem over the past 18 months or 2 years has shifted dramatically. And I don't really see the same barriers that I did 2 years ago. Of course, many things could be improved, but I think we are on the right trajectory. I can see that the environment for tech companies is improving, and one of the improvements is a better approach to testing, as well as cooperation with the army, and new space for innovative companies. I think that over the past 2 years, Europe and the Czech Republic did a great job. I would like to talk about more about cooperation between industry and the army. Jakub, what is the role of the state in the area of defense industry? So the framework of interaction, contracts, references, and so on. What is the key role of the government in this regard? I think the government should be a partner to us. We try to learn from the bigger and better. We look how the cooperation is established in countries such as the cooperation between companies and the government in countries such as Sweden or Estonia. In Estonia, a small startup was created focused on air defense, small UAVs. And we can see the representatives that we met before, working for the Ministry of Defense, such as a state secretary or the chief of staff. And now these high-ranking officials are working for the startup. So formal interconnection between the state, the Ministry of Defense, and the industry. So that's one thing. And another thing is well-established cooperation between the state and the industry, which is multi-layered. Because as the Minister of Defense said, we need to have a multi-layered defense. And in this regard, we also need to have multi-layered cooperation, divided into, let's say, one part which includes army, including military exercises. When we look at the Czech Republic, we've had Eagle Watch this year. In the past years, we've had regular military exercises called Drone Shield. So this is the partner or the role of our cooperation. Also cooperation at the level of the Ministry of Defense, especially the section of armament and acquisitions. When you are to sign a new contract, a large-scale contract, you need to ask yourselves whether this could be perhaps a framework contract, which would open up also to other companies, because other member states also use similar formats.
Německo.
such as Germany.
Ekonomická diplomacie,
And economic
tady bych chtěl
diplomacy.
trošku, to, co slýchám, tu představu, a teďka půjdu do vlastního střílet,
Now
do
I'll
průmyslu,
be
že očekávání,
doing a
že
bit
se
of
udělá
a
nějaký
friendly fire, but
katalog
sometimes
nějakých schopností,
we create a
produktů,
catalogue of
a
capabilities
ekonomická
and products,
diplomacie
and the
bude
economic diplomacy
rozdávat katalogy
is
a
handing
nabízet
out
za
catalogues
průmysl, to si nemyslím, že to je
and so on. So
ta
this is
role.
perhaps
Role
not the right
ekonomické
role of
diplomacie,
the economic
z mého
diplomacy.
pohledu je podpora
In my
těch
view, the main role of
dedikovaných
economic diplomacy is to
obchodních
support
kampaní,
dedicated
které průmysl
business campaigns
odpracuje a v
that
té
the
důležité
industry is working on.
terminální fázi
And in
má
the
velice
last stage,
silnou
the main role of economic
asertivní
diplomacy
podporu v rámci ekonomické
is,
diplomacie, ostatně tak, jak to vidíme, když se potkáváme
supporting the
se
conclusion of
zástupci
contracts,
jiných
because this is
představitelů Evropy, Francie,
what we see
Německa
when we meet
a
other
podobně. Vícevrstvá
counterparts
spolupráce, kde za
or
společnost teda
counterparts from other
jednoznačně vidíme
countries.
posun a
So
děkujeme
multi-layered
za tu
cooperation,
podporu
but we've
všem
done a good job in this
vrstvám v
area.
rámci
We can see some
Ministerstva
progress,
obrany
so I would like to
státu.
thank the government and the Ministry of
Já si
Defense in
myslím,
this
že
regard.
právě procesy
I think
a
that
nastavené procesy, tak jak jsou, skutečně
processes,
je potřeba je
the
zásadním
way they
způsobem
have been
zrevidovat,
established
tak,
need to
aby
be
byli
reviewed
vlastně schopni reagovat
and
na poměrně zásadní
updated in order to be able to react to the essential technological development, both in the battlefield as well as elsewhere. So we need to support the army so that it is able to implement the relevant systems. And this brings me to another question. To what extent are we or are we not able to do this? What do we have to change in order to be able to make our armed forces the main partner, reflecting the technological evolution? Because we all know that acquisitions take a lot of time. So we need to set the right impulses or send the right impulses to change this. Okay, well, this is not within my remit, so I can talk from experience, but this is within the remit of industrial cooperation. But I think the cooperation works just fine. Of course, there are some meetings of associations, regular armed conferences, business days. So there is some room for the ministry and the armed forces to be in touch and communicate with the companies. But this is not the case abroad. So this is definitely some added value that we have here in the Czech Republic, what we do here in terms of industrial cooperation. I can see the director from of the Industrial Cooperation section, which is sitting there. She would give you a better answer, perhaps. But when we look at the projects of defense, research and development, it falls within the remit of the Public Procurement Act, because it has some limitations for us, because research and development in the area of defense has some limits, and this needs to be addressed. But I do not want to dwell on the details, because this is not within my remit. But I'm just talking from my own personal experience from previous projects that I've been involved in. Perhaps I would add that we have contacts in the area of education. We cooperate with high schools, military high schools and universities. Perhaps we could strengthen this area. Because, well, of course, not everyone has to be a soldier who studies a military high school, but could become a cybersecurity expert. And so because right now many people become acquainted with the sector too late, and it would be much easier if we could if we could strengthen this area. So we need to strengthen this area of research and development.
Máte, pane, k tomu nějaký postoj?
Mr. Jankut, do you have any position as regard to the cooperation? It's difficult to contribute or say anything else than what has already been said. Okay, so let's move to the level of keeping the global ability to defend ourselves. So how are we going to able to use the opportunities offered at the European level? I'll ask Jakub. ERA is compared to the Czech defense industry a champion in actually being involved in consortia as part of EIF. So are you able to be a leader of the whole consortium, an architect of the solution, or are you better in playing a smaller role, a sub-supplier of the system? What is your position? In our case, the main strategy and objective is to defend and to be a leader in the area of passive surveillance systems. When we assess the latest conflicts, the war in Ukraine, or the latest conflicts in the Middle East, there is clear situation is the conventional warfare. It starts with air defense suppression, and then there is our role important, the combination of active and passive sensors. And what we see is a change in the past 3 years, and that's the word frenemy that I mentioned at the very beginning. Although some of the companies could be assessed as competitors within the European space, it's extremely important to cooperate with such companies, to learn from them how they cooperate with their governments when talking about framework contracts, how they utilize various facilities such as SAFE. That is really important and successful as far as involvement of the European defense industry is concerned. And then active participation and also searching for initiatives. We were lucky that together with the Czech MOD, we created active cooperation in the ESI. And when we read the press briefings, we see the benefits going to the German defense industry. How do you perceive what the companies need to do that are perhaps not as experienced as ERA? So what other companies need to do with respect to European programs in order to be more successful? So what changes should they make? And how should we perhaps initiate some overall changes in the setting of our system? It was actually it was said by Tomáš Pojar, well, we shouldn't complain if you do not go to Brussels. So the first of all, go to Brussels, have contact with the permanent representation of NATO, or have contacts at the Ministry of Industry and Trade and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So be active, actively search for opportunities, and also actively and regularly coordinate so that we are able to use the specific opportunities that come up. I would like to mention in this context also various organized trips of Czech defense companies, and also the need to open up branches in Brussels. And in that we have only CSG as the only Czech company opening their office in Brussels. So these are the arguments that we often hear from Radka Kondrolová, that the Czech industry should be more active. I would also welcome interaction with the delegation, with Ambassador and his team, and also with officials in Brussels. I would like to call on the companies to be active in communication with our people. And it's really worth organize and interconnect the cooperation with the various structures that come into contact with some initiatives and opportunities. So there is really information flow among all the stakeholders, the flow that would be smoother and more targeted. So with the colleagues in various agencies, we discussed this issue, and the associations could also play the role so that the diplomats, not only economic diplomats, could be better informed about Czech companies, Czech technology, so that they could play an important sort of bridging role. I will also ask, as far as the European initiatives are concerned, we know that the Commission is preparing a massive increase of funding for the multi-year financial framework. Also, there are political industrial coalitions, the EU, similarly to NATO, defined fundamental capabilities that we as member states need to build with the capability targets. And we know what is the situation of the Czech Republic, unfortunately, within the European Union and these initiatives. In order to be able to use all the opportunities from the point of view of investors, how do you see the initiatives of the European Investment Bank that comes up with a new venture capital fund? Should the Czech Republic be involved? 100%. There are lots of ideas, lots of startups that need to be supported at various stages. So we always check what is the phase of this initiative. So we need to follow that. And our investment strategy needs to be correlated to the NATO technology strategy. So NATO countries are our stakeholders, so we need to know what they demand. But also there is a certain window for drawing the funds. You have to be agile, and you cannot set the conditions in order to block the startups. Sometimes there are some regional restrictions, and that's something that we really have to consider. Well, on Monday, I had a call with the European Investment Fund that work with the Defense Fund, and I can see certain evolution. The Fund of Funds that was drawn last year, 150 million euros. It was called defense, but there were certain restrictions regarding single-use startups, so primarily defense technologies. With the new fund that is going to be opened in June, these restrictions have been lifted, so they move a step forward so that it makes sense for those funds that want to do really defense technologies, that do not want to hide behind the label of dual technology. And there is NATO Innovation Fund. It's a billion fund at the level of NATO countries. For example, France and USA are not part of it. So not every country participates, but primarily it is a fund that is labeled as a fund supporting defense technologies, and within the investment documentation, it is not allowed to invest into single-use startups, into startups that only focus on defense technologies. But I think still they are on a good way, and in a year or two, there are certain changes. So the cooperation is important, but still we are not where we really should be. The last example I want to give you is at the US venture capital funds. Vast majority funding comes from pension funds and university funds. The level of cooperation in Europe is non-existent. What would really help is the private sector and the venture capital sector connection and growing of the volume of pension funds investing into venture capital funds. I think that often we hear that the European market is really missing a single capital market that would overcome the brutal fragmentation that we experience within the whole EU. In this context, I want to ask, from your point of view, is it possible at all for a Czech startup to be funded within the Czech Republic, within the Czech environment? It's impossible. It's impossible also within the European context. And we are really talking about startups. You can build a huge global defense company out from the Czech Republic, such as CSG. This is a world leader in several technologies. As for startups, in the European context, it's impossible as we do not have the needed capital. We have a capital that scales to TRL 6-7. So we are talking about dozens of millions of euros. But when we talk about investment into scalability of production and manufacture of these technologies, then we talk about hundreds of millions of euros. And right now in Europe, there are no funds available that would be able to invest such an amount of money. And, you know, the startup reaches a critical level, around 1 billion, and then a US fund comes in and funds the huge round, which is a pity because we lose sovereignty. I'm not saying it's too bad, but it would be really good if we would have funds for scalability of the technology to level 7 and up. Yes. So if you want to have a successful startup, you need to scale, and sometimes you need to have foreign investor, as then you get the doors opened in order to develop the startup into a global brand. And we have many Czech companies that are already global companies, and we shouldn't really say it should only be the Czech capital, but any capital that would move the companies up and open the door. So if we are to send the right message. Recently, the Czech government approved a new strategy. Minister Havlíček talks about supporting innovation. It's his priority. At the same time, the defense industry is labeled as a potential new engine for the Czech economy. So let's list some specific impulses that the Czech government should consider in order to implement their priorities as they declare it.
The defense industry is one of the very advanced areas in the Czech Republic. We have great talents, great potential, and if we support it with capital and open the doors to create more links to business, it could be our flagship, and we could become a center for dual use or defense technologies, because we have the brains, we have the know-how, and even the capital is here. I would like to emphasize that 2025 was a breakthrough year for startups, because a new legislation was adopted, which is very important for startups, and it makes it possible for them to grow much better than before. Two things that I would like to emphasize. One of them, easier testing for army, because it's very difficult for innovative startups to get in touch with someone who could be the end user. And the support for pension funds, for venture capital, with venture capital or private equity. We can see that in the US it is working just fine. It is working great, and it could we could be inspired here in Europe. Who could play the main role in connecting know-how about the financed startup technologies and the end users? Who could be the main mediator, so to say? Well, we have this role currently, because we already have a network of contacts, so we try to help. But if you don't find someone with experience, it's very difficult to get the right contacts. There is one innovative company in Ukraine that is kind of like the contact point for defense companies. I'm sure we have lots of accelerators here. Czech Invest is doing a great job, and we also have a number of associations which provide opportunities to startups to show their potential. But still, the debate is not open enough, and many companies still do not know what the opportunities are. When we look at the representative of defense industry here, Jakub, what are your impulses and ideas for improving or streamlining the system, the testing? How do you perceive it on behalf of the ERA? When we look at the area of acquisitions and funding, it is very difficult to accelerate acquisitions or streamline acquisitions without changing the legislation, changing the processes, and increasing the number of employees in the area of acquisitions and armament. As was mentioned here last year already, we need to increase funding and personnel, but if we want to look at the instruments and tools available, we should look at what instruments are being implemented abroad. One model of cooperation is a cooperation between private and public sector PPP projects. I could name a number of projects such as integrated surveillance systems from Singapore. It is a cooperation between DSTA, a state enterprise, and industry in the area of UAV detection. Another PPP project implemented in the UK is a Marshall project, provision of surveillance systems and systems for armed forces.
účastnili. Takže
and
jsou
air
ty
traffic
hledání nástrojů
systems
PPP.
for
Loňský rok jsme
the armed forces. So
představili
these are a number of
konkrétní
PPP
projekt,
projects.
Ministerstvu
Last
obrany,
year,
jak by takový projekt mohl
we
vypadat
presented
v
one
tvorbě
such project to
stacionárních
the
systémů ve
Ministry of
prospěch
Defense.
protivzdušné
It was a
obrany.
project focused on stationary
A ta
systems of
druhý
air
nástroj,
defense.
to vidíme, co se nyní
And
děje
another
v rámci NATO,
instrument
a to je
is a
nástroj
NATO instrument
Capability
called
as a
Capability
Service,
as a
to znamená
Service.
implementace, to je těžko, jak to
It's
přeložit,
focused on
schopnost jako
implementation
služba,
for
projekt,
basically
který byl
capabilities
v Pobaltí,
provided as a service. It's a
Task
project
Force
that,
X,
or Task
kdy
Force X
NATO si
in the Baltic
zaplatila
states,
za
where
schopnost,
NATO paid
britské
for
společnosti
paid
pro
to a British
patrolování,
company
oblast,
for
intelligence,
patrolling
surveillance,
and reconnaissance and surveillance
v rámci bezpilotního
in the
prostředku. Takže to
Baltics
mohou být ty cesty
through
hledat,
drones and
nové
UAVs.
cesty
So this
pro
could be
zrychlování,
a way
akvizic a
to
překonání
accelerate
výzev
acquisitions
v oblasti
and overcome
financování.
the challenges in the area of funding.
Děkuji vám. Tohle je
Thank you.
naprosto klíčový aspekt
This is a key
právě
aspect
v rámci zrychlování procesů
in order to
nebo
streamline
hledání těch
processes
správných podnětů pro přenastavení
or
u nás akvizičních procesů.
changing the
tak,
acquisition
aby vlastně
processes here in the Czech
technologické firmy, které vyvíjejí
Republic so that
technologie, které,
tech
řekněme, mají
companies
mnohem kratší inovační cyklus než
that have
náš
a much
akviziční
shorter
proces, aby
innovation
měli
cycle or innovative cycle have
vstoupit
the opportunity
do tohoto prostě nabídnout své
to
technologie
offer
armádě,
their
armádě
technologies to the armed
To
forces.
znamená skutečně se podívat
And,
na impulzy, které
we should
by
look
měly,
at
které by umožnily nějaký
impulses
flexibilnější
which
nastavení,
would
podívat se na
make
to,
it
které
possible
technologie,
to
už dejme tomu jsou
streamline the
na
processes,
výšce
make them more
vyzkoušené,
flexible.
jinak než technologie,
We
tak,
should
jak jsem
approach proven and tested, battlefield tested technologies in a different way than pilot projects and promises. We should look at the institute mentioned by Jakub, focused on using defense and arms systems not only as a product but as a service, to have relations set up which would be able to update the systems with regard to innovation and changes. So, how do you think that the cooperation between the end user, meaning the army, and the industry could be improved? What should we do? Well, again, this is not within my remit, but I know from experience which company, if a company wants to cooperate with military intelligence, they need to have a security clearance so that they can even communicate with us, that we are able to provide some data to the company for testing of their systems. And so that we know whether it even makes sense to cooperate with the company. So yes, security clearance. Thank you very much. I think that what we all need is to have long-term vision. It was emphasized here as well. This is the most important thing for us, to have a strategy that will help us join our forces, be it financial sector and public sector or the industry, the army and our partners, so that we can rely on our politicians to be ready to use the opportunities at the European level offered to them. We also talked about political coalitions created at the EU level. These will be strategic long-term coalitions that the Czech Republic has to join, in cooperation with the Chamber of Commerce and the Association of Defense Industry and the Association of Air Defense and Cosmic Industry. We've initiated a letter where we emphasize the importance of the Czech Republic being involved in these coalitions so that the Czech industry can be part of this initiative. It would be a shame if the Czech Republic was left aside, was looking at it from the outside, because the Czech defense industry needs our government to be proactive, use these opportunities and help involve the Czech industry.
Já vám moc děkuji za vaši pozornost.
Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to thank the panelists for their contributions and their reactions. I think this topic is not an easy one. It's a very complex topic. It needs great effort from the public sector in order to change the systems and processes. And on behalf of the industry, on behalf of the association, and together with other members of the Association of the Czech Aerospace Industry, we stand ready to give you a helping hand. Thank you for your attention.
Tak já také děkuji všem.
I would like to thank the panelists and also the moderator, Martina Tauberová. I think this topic, which was introduced as a new topic and focused on the new technologies and new venture funds, it's a great topic, and this will bring me to the finale of the first part of this year's conference, which is this speech by the new National Security Advisor, Mr. Hynek Moníček. I would like to ask Mr. Moníček to join me here on stage. I can say that Mr. Moníček has done a great deal in one of the past editions of the conference, because he used to be director of the foreign relations of the president of the conference that helped us prepare the first year edition in 2014, but also in 2021 when he was already a security advisor. And we also launched back in 2001 Days of NATO in Ostrava after following the 9/11 attacks. And back then we asked the government and back then the Mr. Secretary of the minister helped us establish the Days of NATO, and without him perhaps we would not have this project, and it wouldn't be such a successful project today. So now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Moníček. He will then stand ready to answer your questions. So if you're interested, please feel free to ask or think about them while he presents his speech. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to thank you for inviting me after several years to this conference. I should be talking for some 10 minutes about the strategic priorities of our national security. I will try to stay within the time limit so that we have 10 more minutes for Q&A. In my view, the main strategic priority for each national security is to learn to live in reality and not in its political interpretation. Because political interpretation is always clouded by who and from which point of view is looking at it. Reality of each state, including the Czech Republic, is given by our geopolitical position. And it's clear since the times of Bohemian Kingdom that we live in the center of Europe. In Central Europe, among small countries who fight for influence and have to watch out for great powers, be it in the east or in the west, depending on where we are headed. Today, Central Europe is anchored in the west, which also helps define the strategic priorities of the Czech Republic from both security point of view as well as economic and energy point of view. Because we need to have a well-functioning society which has a social contract with the government in terms of expectations from the state and the costs, related costs. So it's clear that one of the biggest threats today is the Russian Federation. And this was so even before the open conflict in Ukraine, even though, be it whether our relations with Russia were at the top or bottom, because it was always the truth that when it comes to China or Russia, the further away from the better our security is. And therefore, we also have to support Ukraine because it is in line with our security priorities. And this is not the only priority of our security, which should be higher than all other priorities. Therefore, we need to have a discussion. But of course, the fact that the further away we are from Russian borders, the easier our geopolitical position will be here to stay and is still valid. The situation is slightly more difficult in the area of energy security, which proved once we stopped using Russian natural gas and oil, which did not, of course, mean that we would stop using them, but they just got to our country through some hidden channels or ended up in Polish refineries. But and our security, energy security issues even became much trickier after we stopped taking the oil and gas. So one of our priorities should be to reach European-wide consensus on the fact that green energy should not be a threat to our energy security.
If we want to be secure and protect ourselves from the East and Far East, we have to have a strong army. And the state needs to have sufficient funding so that our economy can earn money using the cheap energy. And the question of national Czech security is a functional social contract, so that we have the consensus internal what people expect from the state as far as security is concerned and how much money they are willing to pay. I think that in this area there is the highest internal debt, as often the society is actually divided into symmetrical halves. Building such a consensus should be of the same priority as the defense industry and defense budget. One personal note. I think that the most important and underestimated element of our security is our visibility or invisibility. Being an ambassador, or when I was an ambassador of the Czech Republic in the US, the biggest fight was not that we would have different opinions, but first of all that I have to explain that we really exist. The Czech feeling that the world wakes up every morning and reads the Czech internet and reads the statements of the Czech representatives is a huge mistake. We know that when we learn that one country was attacked militarily, and before that we have never heard about the state, we have no friends there, no investment, no emotionally contacts, we might feel sorry, but that's all. The visibility of our state is therefore one of the fundamental prerequisites of security, because if you are not familiar with somebody, you don't care, and you are never sorry if that entity disappears. And the Czech Republic, with 10 million inhabitants, need to invest into its visibility so that there is always somebody who will miss us. So to conclude, I want to say that part of the Czech visibility is not only culture and sport, and we are much larger than the actual size of the country, but also the Czech representation abroad. And when you look at the smallest part of the Czech budget, regularly it's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, usually around 10 billion Czech crowns. Half of that only runs through the ministry as payments into foreign institutions. The functional budget of the Czech diplomacy is slightly smaller than for example, project documentation of future constructions at the Ministry of Transportation. That's all from me, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Tak, děkuji panu
Thank you very much.
Národní bezpečnostní
Hinek Komoníček. As you can see, I've brought a slightly different point of view because we have 90% of representatives and officials of the MOD, and they are crying because of the budget. The officials at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs already stopped crying. So are there any questions or comments? Well, that was quick. So before you think about your question, I want to go back to the visibility. Do you have any other specific proposals based on your rich diplomatic careers working in different parts of the world? So how could the Czech Republic work better? Because it's a continuous issue, of course. And it's different in different continents. For visibility in Brussels, you need a different type of a diplomat than, let's say, in Islamabad. So an individual approach, resources, and selecting persons that are suitable for a specific region. My approach was that I always tried to be an interesting person for my partners, not only as a representative of the Czech Republic. And that actually contributed to increasing the value of the Czech Republic. Paradoxically, I believe that only during my second year in Washington, the local society started taking me seriously because I was the fourth best professional cook in one of the competition, and then everybody wanted to come to the Czech residence. It's quite strange what we have to go through. But if you talk about a country with 10 million inhabitants, you just can't have boring officials. I can see several Czech ambassadors, so hopefully they will get the inspiration and will start doing cooking shows. Of course, it's always different because if I did the same in Vietnam, I would not be successful. The first question. Please wait for the microphone. Thank you very much for taking a lighter view. You have experienced a lot. Would you agree that you can love all the countries, but the best one is at home? Well, it should be like that. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs had a different approach, and everybody wanted to go abroad. But today it's the case because they improved the salary in the Czech Republic. So today we have difficulties sending out people to missions far away. So everybody wants to go to Bratislava. No one wants to go to Karachi. So that's why we close the consulate general of Czech. I have a personal question. What is your role today with respect to your relations to external or internal security? Because we got used to the fact that the role of your predecessor was quite crucial with respect to external security and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So how do you see your role, or have you already defined in cooperation with the Prime Minister your role in terms of internal security? I think that the role will be larger in terms of external security than internal security. Well, Tomáš Pojar had a unique position also within the European context because de facto he represented the Prime Minister, sometimes also the Minister of Foreign Affairs. This is not my role and cannot be my role. I will be just a standard national security advisor, not a man representing other government officials. So that is my answer. I have no ambition to be Tomáš Pojar within the scope of his activities. The European issues are going to covered by Milena Hrdinková, and I will deal with issues that normally fall within the powers of a national security advisor. I will not replace a prime minister. The next question, Monika Landmanová, European Commission. I want to ask to which extent you see the importance and anchoring and increasing the ties with the European Union with respect to the Czech Republic visibility. It is our long-term problem that we are not able to be firmly anchored in the European structures. We lose to member states that were able to build their own personal structures that bring more and more people. Today, I spoke to several persons who try to be our representatives at various international European structures. I think that we have learned how to prepare materials and with whom to talk, but we are not successful in implementing it. It takes a whole generation to do it, so that if a Czech candidate is there, we wouldn't see a Spanish candidate or Italian candidate to win. So thank you very much. I think that it was a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was your premiere as far as the role of the National Security Advisor and public appearance. And now, as we know that these events are not only important as far as the agenda and program is concerned, I would like to invite you for a coffee break, and I would like to ask you to come back at 11:15 when we will hear from Martina Tauberová and General Karel Řehka. Thank you.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, Stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to.
Minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
Tak přísáme!
I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to.
Minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
Tak přísáme!
I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
Tak přísáhne!
I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
Tak přísáhne!
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
Tak přísáme!
I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem. Staň se občanem.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to.
Dámy a pánové, jestli mohu poprosit pomalu se přesunout opět do sálu v Míčovně, abychom mohli začít s druhou částí programu. Tak, dámy a pánové, poprosím vás, abyste plynule zaujímali místa. Takže ještě jednou dobré.
So once again, good morning. I would like to open the next part of the 13th year of the National Security Conference. Our security cannot be taken for granted. And we have a follow-up on the previous panel that focused on modern technologies and the processes of implementation of new technologies to the army. So I would like to welcome once again Martina Tauberová here, and also Chief of Staff General Karel Řehka, who is going to respond to the questions of Martina Tauberová. And then we have the second panel follow-up, which will be about the current trends in internal and external security of the Czech Republic. Martina Tauberová is our moderator, and she was a career diplomat, and she is also part of the active reserves of the Army of the Czech Republic in the area of strict military cooperation. So, Martina, the floor is yours. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. We have a distinguished guest with us, and it's really worth paying attention to his words. And also, it's worth supporting the ideas that he's going to present. So I will start a short 15-minute interview with the Chief of General Staff of the Czech Armed Forces, Karel Řehka. I think that there is no need to introduce him, so I'll start asking questions right away, because our task is to make a connection between the industrial panel, focusing on the future of the Czech defense industry, how to set the system so that the Czech defense industry is able to utilize all the opportunities and also contribute to defense capabilities of the Czech army. That's why we have the unique opportunity to transpose these topics to the interview with Karel Řehka. When talking about modern technologies, I have to ask a question. What are the takeaways for the Czech army from the war in Ukraine and also perhaps from the Middle East. So what is the biggest lesson, technology lesson for the Czech army? So hello. First of all, I would like to thank Jagelo for organizing this conference, and I want to thank all the supporters of this conference. I think the importance of this discussion is getting up and up. So when we do the discussion, we always talk about it at several levels. On the strategic level, of course, there are also some lessons, such as the importance of the approach of the whole society to defense issues, that attrition is not a bad word, but it's always part of a big war. And the importance of strategic communication, the importance of the economy, etc. So these are the lessons at the national level that perhaps are not the topic. When we look at the war theater, what is important is that the battlefield is transparent. There are many sensors in the visual spectrum, electromagnetic spectrum, and the thing that you can easily surprise the enemy is not the case. The dynamics is changing on the battlefield because it's important to, for example, to hide or mask the concentration of your forces, because there are so many sensors. And so that's one big lesson, and that influences technology, protection against certain technologies, but also the changes in the mindset and the doctrine. The second large area is that the decision-making process is getting very fast. The targeting cycle and how long does it take at the level of a brigade to identify a target through processing the information, setting priorities, and let's say allocating who is going to respond, and until the moment when something happens, well, the speed is huge, and it relates to the sensors, to data transfer, to better images of the battlefield, but also using AI and other new technologies. The third, so that was the second area, and the third area, and it's also important, is, well, you have certain elements of a combat force. Always it is dependent on how effectively you are able to combine the firing force, control and command, and other aspects. And now what is important, there is one new element, and that is adaptation, fast adaptation to changing conditions, including technologies. That gives you a huge advantage over your opponent before you start firing, before the conflict or the conflict starts. So it's not value added, really. It's an integral part of the combat force of the army, so that it's able to adapt very quickly, including technologies. Thank you very much. So these are important points. So let's try to connect these individual outcomes from the Ukrainian battlefields and what are the outcomes for the Czech defense industry. First of all, the approach at the level of the whole society. What does it mean for the Czech defense industry. Well, when we talk about the whole society approach, it's nothing new, but Ukraine shows it quite well. If you have huge conflict that is intensive, that might last for a long period of time, potentially conflict with Russia, you cannot get ready for such a conflict, and you cannot resolve it without involving the whole society. It was mentioned by the National Security Advisor when he talked about the visibility and diplomacy. We keep talking about internal security, external security, but we miss out the role of diplomacy. You know, if institutions do not work, if you have no communication, when you decide whether to activate collective defense, you cannot function if the government cannot meet, if the parliament is not able to meet. If the institutions in the state do not function as they should, then the army cannot do anything. So that's general. What it means for the defense industry. Once again, it relates to the lesson that attrition is a part of it all. That is a cliche that the army are able to win battles, but economies hold wars. So the economy and defense industry must become part of the whole defense system. I'm not saying that we should nationalize it, no. But it should be part of the system, because it will then ensure better integration with the state, better communication, and also it will bring certain requirements as far as the industry is concerned and the expectation. The war of attrition is the term that the Americans describe it in the concept. We have to prepare for the idea that there won't be any short wars, that there will be long-lasting wars, and it will be important to have good connections between the defense industry and the army in order to ensure supply of critical materials. So we need to have resilient companies. That's how we perceive the outcomes from the Ukrainian battlefield. You have mentioned one important thing regarding modern technologies, and that is the UAVs used in Ukraine, but also the use of AI. AI could also help in the aspect that we need to, or could it help with the decision-making process, with speeding up? Well, in Ukraine, you can see drones, UAVs, and also ground systems. This is something that is discussed, FPV drones, electromagnetic spectrum use. But what is not perhaps that visible, and not many people perceive it, but what is really excellent is the cyber space and the systems that are able to integrate huge amount of data and deliver the correct type of information in the right form to the right place that is then able to respond. Some of the systems that we had the opportunity to analyze, and I've discussed it recently, well, there is really excellent, huge innovation. Yes, UAVs, this is a phenomenon at the battlefield, but also the asymmetric threat. When talking about hybrid threats, it's something that we need to take into account. Also, in your public speeches, you have highlighted several times that the Czech army is not meeting all its committed capabilities, let's say, by 6 to 10 years. So what would be the most important step that the state needs to do in order to reduce this gap? What kind of key technologies should we focus on? When talking of capabilities and targets, it's not a question of the army. Army can only do what the political representation and the society allows the army to do. We are in a situation when I believe it's in our life interest to really make sure that the US is still interested in Europe and the interest will be reduced because the situation is changing. We have to strengthen the European pillar of defense. What it means for us when we say, and we really say it, that collective deterrence and defense is the main pillar of the NATO, means that we need to focus on the targets and capabilities. So we have the capability of targets, and there are really, we have not performed as we should have because we neglected it in the past years. And what we need to do is to keep the attention of the US, and in order to strengthen the European pillar, we need to increase defense spending. And it is not a military decision, it is a political decision. It's a decision of the government. And I have heard about many priorities, but it seems like everything is a priority, and when everything is a priority, then nothing is a priority. That's my general experience. So we cannot say that we are going to be a reliable ally, that we will improve the air defense, that we will improve the territorial defense, that we will support defense industry and all of this, and not increase defense spending. This is not possible.
Takže
ještě chci říct takhle, to je jedna věc.
And another thing. But of course, we have to innovate. We have to innovate, we have to adapt. Because capability management is always about finding the balance between what your imminent needs are, which is fight tonight. So what you'll do if a war breaks out tonight or in a month. But also not to forget to develop your capabilities for future wars. So you have to find or strike the right balance, because research and development is needed also for the fight tonight scenario. So you also need to look for non-traditional solutions. Innovate and look at the Ukrainians. They started using UAVs at the time when they had big gaps in the area of artillery. So we have to invest, but we have to adapt, and we have to change our approach to things. We cannot be building one building for 6 years when we know there's a threat. We cannot acquire technologically advanced products the same way as we approach the acquisition of a big tank, because technologies develop much quicker. We have to distinguish and be flexible in order to change the specifications and do it hand in hand with the industry. You have to acquire technologies as a service. It's not that we cannot be planning for something, then close it, finish it, and when it comes to implementation, it's already an outdated technology. So we need to have better and more flexible processes. We need to change our mindset, our approach. We have to change our acquisition process, and if the legislation needs to change, then be it. And we need to also change the daily business, because at this pace we are already behind the schedule. Even if we give extra funding to the defense area, which we do not want to do now. And now I am not against any political decision. I'm just saying that if we say, okay, this is the decision, then we have to assess the risks. The person who made this decision has to sign it off, and we have to adapt to it. That's it. I think it's crucial. And I think it's essential for our political representation to be aware of the priorities, what the priorities are, so that the entire system can adapt to the priorities and to make the necessary funds available, because you can't achieve anything without funding. And this is crucial for acquisition processes, because we need to make sure that the army can use the technologies that are being, the latest technologies that are just being developed, and also try to buy something just for a test run, or look at battlefield-tested technologies or battlefield-proven technologies. So the army should be able also to have a feedback and give feedback. And I'm glad that the defense industry, or I'm grateful for any activity where the Czech defense industry can test its products in cooperation with the army. Therefore, I'm so grateful for the drone shield exercise, because it's a great testing platform, and I hope that this testing platform will continue to exist, because it also contributes to education, the links between army and the education sector and training. And it also helps with the technical equipment of the army. And look at the Ukraine. The engineers who contribute to the development, they are also on the front line with the soldiers. So they communicate on a daily basis. It's not about us, going to a store, choosing a product or doing a feasibility study, which takes a year. Then we take some time with it. Then we do specifications, which is kind of like writing a PhD thesis to make it right. Then you have a tender that goes on for 2 years. You can't go like that forever. Because, of course, there are areas where such processes are suitable, but you cannot do so for software solutions. You cannot do so for high-tech, which changes quickly. But, of course, there are good practices or good examples of practices as well, such as in e-fight, in passive systems. Drone Shield is a good example, which got going with the help of our people. And it includes the defense sector. We want to also include NATO teams. So, yes, there are a few good examples. But generally speaking, looking at the environment and the changing environment and the changing conditions for the army, I have to say that the conditions that would make I have to say that over the past 4 years that I've been in this position, the conditions haven't changed to the better at all. We are looking for pathways, but to be honest, the sense of urgency is missing, and very little has changed over the past 4 years. I'm not saying that nothing has changed. Of course, there have been some changes to the better, but when it comes to the mindset, the delegation of powers, kind of like having the army or giving the army more powers or more wiggle space, more possibilities, and this hasn't changed. By way of conclusion, I would say that some of the steps initiated by the defense industry, which is connected to what you've mentioned, is the possibility to test the capabilities and to test the technologies in real scenarios. So Czech companies develop their technologies, export their technologies, and test them in Ukraine. We know that. This is definitely a useful test. But when it comes to our region, testing offensive systems is almost impossible. And it would help a lot to cooperate with defense tech companies and use of former military areas that are normally not accessible to the public. So this could serve as a test bed. Yes, there are some legislative restrictions, we know that, and of course everyone is trying to change that. It's also a question of capacities, because there is training or military areas, some of them were decommissioned, and this complicated things for us. Because then sometimes we have to have exercises in civil areas. But there are many companies who develop specific techs for the Ukrainians. They send their experts there. They develop new technologies based on shut down Russian technologies. And thanks to the support that was given to Ukraine, with the aim to help them, we have opened doors there. And I haven't been in a situation when we wouldn't be able to have a transfer of know-how from Ukraine. But the obstacles are on our side. So it's not that the Ukrainians wouldn't want to share it with us, but the obstacles were here. Yes, we did have workshops, we did send experts there, but the biggest obstacle to transfer know-how for Ukraine here were our internal house rules. Perhaps I would add that I perceive a great gap between the government, the state, across the political spectrum or across the party lines, and the level of patriotism that says I am proud as a Czech citizen, as a Czech representative, as a Czech politician, as a Czech member of the government, of what is being developed here in the Czech Republic, what technologies we have, what technologies we test in the battlefield. Last week, an interesting presentation of Czech technologies in the area of UAV protection or UAV defense and tech fight possibilities was made to our ministers. And we need to continue these presentations and activities in order to increase awareness among our politicians, because based on these presentations, received support from the politicians. So I would like to thank you for your short introduction, because you made several very important points, and we need to spread awareness of the urgency. So thank you. Thank you, and I would like to ask the Chief of the General Staff to stay here, and now I would like to ask Mr. David Korecký, head of the permanent delegation of the Czech Republic to NATO, as well as Mr. Vladimír Vlček and Mr. Martin Vondráček.
Dobrý den, děkuji za uvedení. Zahajujeme náš panel, který se týká.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. I would like to open the panel on current trends in internal and external security of the Czech Republic. We have key personalities of the Czech Army and Czech Armed Forces and the Fire Rescue Service and the police of the Czech Republic. I would like to focus on politics in terms of policy, because we don't really distinguish between policy and politics in the Czech language. So now we will focus on policy, whereas politics will be in the last panel of this conference. And I would say a few introductory words, and then I would pass the floor to Lieutenant General Vladimír Vlček and Lieutenant General Martin Vondrášek. And then I will ask each of them the same question, and then we will have time for Q&A. So, by way of introduction, in terms of trends, current trends, and the debate proves me right, don't think that there has been some dramatic shifts in trends since the last year's conference, but what is shown is that the current trends are accelerating, which increases the pressure on right and correct decisions. Right decisions, I emphasize that. And therefore, we also have a greater pressure on how to define the right decisions. If I were to name the main trends, first, there will be 6 of them. First, the complexity of threats and interconnectedness of domains in which the threats might appear is increasing. So both classical domains, such as new domains, such as space and cyberspace. Second, another deepening trend in international relations are power politics. And we need to perceive the word power, not strength, but power, because power has different dimensions. And it's and at the center of power is armed force. Also, trust and confidence is being eroded. The confidence that the state will protect and rules. Also, alliances are changing, and the strength of alliances is as strong as its weakest link, which again increases the pressure on responsibility of each member of the alliance.
Fifth, quite clearly, there is a connection between internal and external security in traditional and new ways. If I leave aside Russia and Ukraine, it's the simple and clear effect that we can see in the security environment is the destabilization of a certain area outside of Europe. Hopefully we will not see it. And follow-up migration waves that cause problems in internal security of individual countries. And the 6th trend has already been mentioned, and that is the pressure on adaptation on one hand side and resilience within a wide or broad sense of the term, the resilience of the society, resilience with respect to external shocks, or resilience during a crisis situation, for example, in a military conflict. So that was a couple of words as introduction. And now I would like to ask individual speakers to reflect the trends from their point of view, and then we will continue with the questions. Thank you very much. So you've mentioned the trends. From my position, I will talk mainly about the external aspects that might impact also the internal security that will be perhaps covered by the representative of the police and the representative of the fire brigade. Defense cannot function without having a certain level of internal security. You just cannot separate internal and external security. There is a single security. The situation remains quite bad, and it's really the most complex since the end of Cold War. The Russian aggression against Ukraine goes on. There is a friendship of reason among Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. And I'm not saying that the interests are always the same, but there is coordination. Then the Israel and US attack on Iran might make the cooperation between Iran and Russia more difficult, but Iranian weapons help kill Europeans in Europe. Then there are threats of Islamism and also illegal migration. And these threats are interconnected, despite the fact that in my particular area, the most urgent threat is aggressive Russia. We cannot forget about other problems and issues, such as the threat of terrorism. The world is competing for rare raw material resources that are needed for technologies and also for the defense industry. The war of attrition in Ukraine, together with international sanction, extort Russia, and Russia is frustrated because Europe still keeps supporting Ukraine, and that will lead to even more sabotage and many cyber attacks in Europe. And in the future, we cannot exclude some local armed conflict, confrontation with a NATO member state. And of course, we have to prevent it from the point of view of power and deterrence, because it might lead then to escalation that we cannot predict. And our member states, or NATO member states that have a common border with Russia are aware of that. Yesterday, I spent the whole time with the Polish Chief of General Staff, and we discussed this issue. And these countries really take it seriously. You can see that they are building fences, walls, and fortified locations, and for example, Poland, Finland, and Baltic states actually decided not to observe the ban of anti-personnel mines in order to be able to protect these countries. Then we cannot forget about the huge potential that exists, and Russia has this potential, and they are using it not only in Ukraine but also in other places of Europe. And for example, drones are able to use and utilize some substances, dangerous substances, and drones would allow Russia to use it also in other countries in Europe than Ukraine. So biological chemical weapons is something that we should really focus on, and we forgot about that in the past years. Even if there is peace tomorrow in Ukraine, it does not mean that Russia has no longer its imperial ambitions. No, Russia is preparing its society for armed conflicts with its neighbors, and today we can see all the indicators that Russia is getting ready, and is getting ready the society for a war with us. It does not mean that they are planning it, but they are getting ready for the war in all the aspects of the society, not only in the military part. Relatively distant conflicts have direct impact on us. For example, that we have to pay more for certain commodities. Right now, the gas prices are growing because of the conflict in the Strait of Hormuz. And what is happening in other regions can impact not only us, but also the behavior of Russia. Iran publicly stated that they want to erase Israel from the world map. China is talking in the same way about Taiwan. And next year, China will celebrate 100th anniversary of establishing of their military forces.
Ten svět se vyvíjí
The world is developing. There is a tension in the Pacific. If we look at our allies, they are really active in what is going on in Ukraine and here because they know there is connection. We need to follow what is going on in other parts of the world. And I think Mr. Kmonček talked about it. You know, you cannot massively invest into defense, tens and hundreds of millions, and at the same time drastically restrict diplomatic capabilities that would require only single millions of crowns. So I guess that is all from me right now, and I'll wait for the questions. So the police president. Could we start the presentation, please? Before you can see my presentation, I would like to say hello, dear colleagues. I have decided that I am going to talk about the 8 main threats, security threats for our beautiful country. And within the time allocated to me, I will talk about 8 priorities, fulfillment of which I consider to be of the greatest need in order for us to be able to face these challenges. So I'll start with the first one, the new forms and growth of crime. I want to stress that the Czech Republic remains to be a very safe country compared to other European countries. The registered crime rate is decreasing by 4.5% last year, for more than 2%, and we are now focusing on new forms, but I'm going to talk about it when I talk about cybercrime. When talking about terrorist attacks and active shooters, you know that since 2015, when there was the first attack in Uherský Brod in the Czech Republic, we are intensively preparing for such situations, but you cannot be prepared for 100%. But today we have a dense network of units that are able to do what several years ago we were not able. They have long arms, and we really take it seriously. It's a reality. This year I visited Chřipská, and I can see a director from Ostrava who had a similar case in Havířov. Policemen had to go in the building. They were in it. There were injuries of our policemen, and these situations is something that will definitely happen, and it is also related to the state of mental health of the European population. Cybercrime, it's not a type of crime. Cybercrime that's outside of the streets in the virtual world, but it is then reflected in all the types of crimes. Last year, 12.5% of all crimes was committed in the virtual space. So it's quite clear that crime is shifting from the physical world to the virtual world. In Germany, Austria, they are talking about dozens of percent. And, you know, now we have the capability to be there, to use all the tools to investigate in the street. We have to work in order to be able to do the same in the virtual environment. We do it, but it's not easy. Negative impacts of the economic crisis on public order. Fortunately, this is not happening, and hopefully it will not happen. If you look at the economic situation and the development of GDP, we could be optimistic. And now I'm going up, and now it's no longer fun. when you look at threats associated with the migration wave from the Western Balkans, just remember the experience from 2015 when over 1 million persons came to Europe. We were a transit country. We had to register 300 migrants per day. It's then 2022, the illegal migration grew by 1/3, and then we also accepted Ukrainian migrants. Now the conflict in the Middle East, the migration wave always led through Turkey, Western Balkans. We were a transit country, so we do not have to focus perhaps on the Mediterranean area. But when you look into Turkey and its neighbors, it's not only Syria, but also Iran. So it's important what the approach of Turkey is going to be to the geographical development. And I do apologize for the term whether we are going to be successful or not when the migration through the Aegean Sea will go, or whether it will be migration wave going on the ground. So we are preparing for that, but we realize, and we talked about it with Karel, if the situation is like that, when we start with the border control, we cannot rely on the army, but on the fire brigades, on the prison services and other elements of the system. The sixth important security threat are extraordinary events of a natural and anthropogenic nature. I'm sure that General Vlček is going to talk about it because it's within the competence of the fire rescue services. And then the next two, hybrid influence of foreign powers, something that is somehow under the veil of some mystery. But look into Vrbětice, 2024 arson in Prague. Last year, several cyber attacks, including the attack on the police of the Czech Republic, and it comes from the east, and that's 100% guaranteed. Then arresting a foreign national and somebody working for a foreign power, proved again, and so on. And I want to share this feeling with you. The situation actually forced us to cooperate on a totally different level. Police, intelligence agencies, Europol, foreign partners, we all realize that the threat is important, and that's why we share important information. And last but not least, the threats connected to the war in Ukraine and the Middle East. I will talk mainly about the Russian aggression in Ukraine, but in a completely different context than the context provided by General Vlček. The reason is that the war conflict in Ukraine paradoxically does not have a major impact on the internal security of our country. We received 400,000 Ukrainian refugees with temporary protection, but the biggest threat comes the moment this conflict stops, regardless of which way it is finished, because almost 500,000 people left Ukraine. They live in various countries, but the highest proportion per capita is in the Czech Republic. These are large communities, and they will function the same way as communities of illegal migration. They will serve as a magnet, and this is natural. If someone after a war conflict wants to join his or her compatriots, they will come to these three countries, Germany, Poland, and the Czech Republic. And if Europe is small,
smart, they will invest in Ukraine, in the territory of Ukraine, in order to make sure there are enough job opportunities, social state, welfare benefits, so that Ukrainians do not flee the country and do not move to other countries. Plus, we have to have adequate conditions for migration from third country nationals after war. So we have to also be ready for the threats associated with that, which will be reflected in organized crime, in violent crimes, because the tolerance of people affected by war to the value of human life will be completely different, as was proven time and again after other war conflicts in the world in the past. In March, I asked my Polish and German counterparts, Logan Minchen from BKK and from Olchon from Polish police. We established a trilateral platform. We've already had one meeting in the Czech Republic in December, and we will have 2 other meetings in the first half of this year. And our ambition is to create or is to put forward to our political representation not only risk analysis, but also an idea of steps to be taken in order to be prepared for this scenario. The second and last slide that I want to show you are midterm or medium-term priorities of the Czech police. Priorities adopted by the Czech police in order to be prepared as well as possible to the threats. The first priority is the stabilization of the staff, of the personnel, so sufficient human capacities or human resources. So I will spare you some time, because I'm sure your question will be regarding the priority number 1. So let's move to priority number 2, increasing the efficiency of police activities. I will emphasize 2 things. We, as the police, should focus on agendas that are important for our security, for our internal security. We should not dwell on agendas that landed on our table just because no one else wants to do them. So this is a big task for the legislation, but we also have to learn to be more efficient and effective. That's why we've introduced, or we started introducing AI in our work, so that our
rozvoj digitalizace agend v technologickém rozvoji a jsem moc rád za spolupráci s rezortem obrany, zejména v oblasti dronové detekce, kde si myslím, že jsme udělali několik významných kroků a sdílíme i zdroje z výdajů na obranu.
Taken several important steps, and we have to finish our analytical system, which should be able to analyze data from all systems, including our
dokud nebudou na obou stranách toho procesu subjekty, kteří se budou umět elektronicky podepsat, tak se žádné digitalizace dožijeme. V první polovici letošního roku rovněž uznávaný digitization in practice. Protože nové služební průkazy, když dopadne změna legislativy, tak i lidi, s kterými jednáme, provádíme úkony, se budou moct podepsat v souladu se zákonem zjednodušeným digitalizovaným podpisem.
If we don't have e-signatures with digital certificates in place, then we cannot move forward. Also, appropriate material and technical resources. Our budget is greater than last year, but still insufficient for strategic investments, for the maintenance of our real estate, and so on. But it forces us to look for sources elsewhere in the Fund of Internal Security. Hopefully, there will be a new call for the SAFE instrument, and hopefully in the area of technologies, communication and exercise, perhaps we could share 50-50 these activities with defense. And last but not least, development of professional and managerial competences. We've had a period where we changed our approach to development and training of our people. We've created a number of classes, including Master of Publication, the Police of Administration at Police Academy, and we want to motivate our people
Za šesté, posílení
continue
odolnosti policie České
lifelong
republiky,
learning.
to je na hodinovou přednášku.
Sixth priority is strengthening the resilience of the Czech police, so energy security. We've been working on that for quite some time. Operational management and security of our systems. These are three main areas that are main prerequisites for us to be able to do what we are expected to do. Also, developing the Czech police capabilities to detect, investigate and prosecute criminal activity in cyberspace, and last but not least, open communication internally and externally. Sometimes we perceive it not as an opportunity, but as a responsibility, because 79% of people believe in us, and therefore, if we say that something has an impact, then many people believe it. And I think we professionalized our departments of communication, and once in 2 weeks, we even publish podcasts on the activities of the police of the Czech Republic, and we think that this is of crucial importance so that the public has objective information on our activities.
Na závěr shrnutí za mne úplně jednoznačné.
To sum up, I would say that the biggest challenges for internal security are still lying ahead of us. And it would be a shame to waste the time when we can still prepare for these threats. And thirdly, the police is making all in its power to be prepared, but still it has some limits. These are human resources, economic limits, and legislative limits. But still, it doesn't mean that we should feel we don't have the responsibility. On the contrary, we'll put up a fight.
Děkuji a do třetice pan generální ředitel.
Thank you. And now, General Director of the Fire and Rescue Service of the Czech Republic. I would like to ask you to put on the slide called Current Security Threats. I would like to think about the question of how we perceive the interconnectedness of internal and external security. The current security threats are complex and less predictable than when the main framework for the functioning of the fire rescue service was created. In the past, the main threats were considered especially environmental threats or environmental disasters and so on, but now we also have pandemics, cyber attacks, hybrid threats that combine disinformation and various other coercion threats or coercion activities or pressuring activities. And apart from that, something else appeared, which we did not expect in Europe, which is the proximity of armed conflicts and geopolitical instability. Help scenarios form a specific category. These are extreme impact, low probability scenarios. So events that are not very likely, but if they happen, they would have a major impact, such as nationwide blackout or other combined crisis. And perhaps I would even talk about what's going on at this point, repatriation of thousands of people from war zones, so, which is something that is happening now, and it could be part of this scenario as well. So there are several characteristics. Shorter reaction time, lower predictability, and interconnectedness of internal and external security, which is something that we're talking about. So the fact that an armed conflict broke out in Europe, it again opened up the question of preparedness for an open conflict. This is something that in the past we thought was almost impossible. And we focused mostly about protecting our people, not defending our people. And now both these areas form part of one entity, one whole. So Fire Rescue Service is one of the pillars of integrated rescue service. And it forms an integral part of the entire resilience of the country. We have a very functional early warning system. We are able to organize large-scale evacuations, do CBRN situations, and so on. We also try to modernize our early warning system. We try to develop crisis management tools and also focus on emergency survival scenarios. And we also extend our cooperation with other pillars of the integrated rescue service. At this point, we are focusing on contingency planning in peace times as well as war times. So what is the role of Russia and the Russian threat in all of this? Russian aggression in Ukraine completely changed all security calculations in Europe. Russia represents a military threat, but at the same time it also uses hybrid tools such as energy pressure, information or disinformation campaigns, disinformation flows and other activities. So the security environment is a combination of conventional and non-conventional factors. For us, it means that we have to return to full-fledged protection planning of our security, both in peace times and war times. Protection of our civilian population, provision of evacuations or organization of evacuations and so on. And nation support needs to be part of our planning. It is very important for us to build a system that will be universal, adaptable, and flexible. Now I would like to show you the second slide. So what's important for us for future is to be able to fight not only advanced state adversary, but also to be able to use our preparedness for our types of threats. So we need to invest in the protection of citizens, because this is a dual-use capability. It strengthens our security in crisis situations, especially high-intensity situations, and it also increases the efficiency of addressing contingencies.
Today, Europe is discussing resilience of the society. However, still the following rule applies. The society is as resilient as its weakest link. And today we say, and we see a huge potential and challenge, that the weakest link of the resilience of the society is an inhabitant. Because he or she can be a multiplier of resilience. If a population is able to go through the first phases of a crisis on their own, then capacities where they are needed can be strengthened. I believe that the cooperation across the integrated rescue system and also in cooperation with the army has shifted to a domain where it has not been since the Velvet Revolution. Security is not only a cost, but also it's a precondition for the existence and prosperity as such. If we look into investment, investment, of course, reduce the damage and improve the stability of the society. I would like to conclude by talking about my experience. In one of the towns, the self-government announced about 60 projects that they have prepared for their term of office for 4 years, and they were really surprised when priority number one was something they have never expected, and that was security. And the integrated rescue system elements need to be aware of that, and also the political representation. And really, we have to invest in security. For us, for the fire rescue service, we have a strategy by 2030, and we have two main pillars, and that is staffing, personnel, and having good equipment and well trained. But without money, you just cannot do it. That's all. Thank you.
Děkuji za úvodní příspěvky. Já si dovolím
So thank you for your introduction speeches. I will use the position of being a moderator. I will sum up what we've heard. First, security situation and environment right now is really serious. Threats are serious. We should not underestimate them, but it's not too late to find efficient solutions that will make sure that we have good security. So this is a good piece of news in the bleak environment, and actually rational debate help you to find proper solutions. There is only one security, and as we heard, cooperation of individual forces has deepened, and I can talk about it also from the point of view of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because it's also on our agenda, and I can see, or we can see, the shift as well. Thirdly, mentioned by the Chief of the General Staff is that security is not binary, so it's not a movement from 0 to 1, so absolute security and absolute insecurity, but we are in the field of security risk, and we have to be able to define it and to manage it. And as sources are restricted, we would have to be able to come to higher level of risks and manage them. And the last one, approach at the level of whole government and whole society, and we hear it from the individual services and also from the ministries, and it becomes a reality. So that was the introduction. I will ask one question, and I'll ask for short answers, and then I'll give space to you, the audience. My question is about human resources. We talked about AI technologies, cyber space, but we still feel that in the security cycle we have to keep the focus on an individual, on human resources, to have sufficient numbers. And my question is, how would you describe the trend of development of the need of human resources from the point of view of quality and quantity, and whether you see the trend as an opportunity or a problem? So let's start from Director General, then Police President, and then the Chief of the General Staff. So thank you very much for your question. I have to look at it from two viewpoints. The fire brigade or the fire rescue service is represented by first professional course, about 12,000 firemen, and then we have volunteer fire brigades, those that are organized, and we have about 80,000 of them. Unlike other colleagues, we do not face the difficulty of not being able to hire new firemen. So there is lack of, let's say, 1% of personnel, but that's natural process. But in the past 3 years, we have not been able to persuade the government to increase the number of firemen that should be by 1,070 persons higher for the fire brigades than what we have today. So this is a problem that I see as a problem. So when I look at it, it is a challenge and we need to do it. However, we cannot forget about volunteers. We have sort of semi-professional firemen. Well, for professional firemen, if they need to be able to start their intervention within 5 minutes, they are on a standby mode and they receive only 35 crowns per hour, which is that cannot continue for a long time. Really, we have a huge pool of persons that are able to help out whenever needed. And I'm talking also about, let's say, war states. And I call on the politicians to perhaps change their point of view and mindset. The police president. I will start with a confrontation. We are also able to hire new people. Well, seriously, when we talk about human resources, we talk about hiring. But I will look at it from the other viewpoint. I always highlight stabilization, how to keep and maintain a skilled and qualified person. And it's all about motivation. What motivates your personnel to stay with you and perhaps to keep the person throughout his or her whole professional life? It's only possible when they know what the future conditions are going to be, and if they receive sufficient and relevant remuneration. And I believe that the police of the Czech Republic will face 3 challenges. If the motivation is to be long-term, we need to change the Civil Service Act that motivates to serve for 30 years. So starting from 50 years of age, still young and healthy, has no motivation to serve. Then predictability. We cannot add 10% in 2023 and then next year decrease the salary. It's impossible. The police force needs to know about the development at least for 3 years in the future. 10 years ago, the salary level was about 140% of the average salary in the Czech Republic, but it decreased and decreased, and in 2024 it was 120%. Last year the drop stopped, and this year there will be just a minimum raise, and of course we are negotiating with the government through the Ministry of the Interior to reverse the trend, to be able to pay experienced policemen and to keep them as long as possible. As for hiring new personnel, and I can show it in numbers that we are a very attractive employer. In the last ranking of prestigious professionals, we were at the 6th position. We will never be better than nurses and medical doctors. We have no ambition like that, but there is a huge interest in working for the police. And of course, we need to change the educational system in order to provide professional training, and also trust contributed to that. The general public trusts us. In terms of hiring and recruitment, if there is a big gap between private sector and the state, and also among the security forces, it will definitely impact personnel of the Czech police. So I think that if you are patrolling the streets, you carry an arm, you should be remunerated better. And we'll see whether we will manage to achieve our objective. And we are always loud that we say that the remaining armed forces also have very good remuneration, but it cannot be to the detriment of other elements of these armed sources. The Chief of the General Staff, just to give you an evidence about the links between these individual elements. Well, as for personnel, there are two levels. First of all, we need to improve the recruitment of our staff. The trend is that we are getting better and better. The numbers of persons leaving is roughly the same, but we are getting better in hiring. We have a good team that focuses on various aspects, such as how to make sure that we find the right work-life balance, and many other areas. And we have taken many measures that we implement. So we improve the whole system. Of course, there are some reserves, but we are working on improvements and see the first results. The next level is that the tasks that we were given by the defense strategy, including the worst-case scenario of a large conflict. The model of the Czech army, which was created after the professionalization, does not correspond to the tasks that we received. So 25,000 professional and 5 active reserves, but for these models we would need 40,000 professional servicemen and 20 active reserves to cover the needs national and NATO. Is that achievable? I do not think, because of demography. We need to have more active reserves, and also we need to have a good legislative framework. And we need to focus on how to change the model, how to come up with a system of generating the reserves, and this is something we've been working on. I've said also in the past that we need to review the model, that we need a system of active reserves, that we would need to start discussing about conscription service. And it's not like a nationwide, although I have read several times that I said that. I have never said that. But it would require some kind of a compulsory military service if we want to review and change the model. This is a reality. So we need to improve the recruitment, and we are getting results already, but it will not be sufficient. Also, because we do not want to compete with other agencies such as the fire rescue service and the police. So we need to change the personnel model for the army of the Czech Republic and rely more on reserves.
Tak, děkuji za odpověď na otázku. Pan policejní prezident ještě požádal o krátkou technický dodatek k svému vystoupení.
So the police president wanted to say something, and then we'll have time for Q&A.
Děkuji ještě jednou za slovo.
Thank you.
Jednu technickou,
One technical remark.
jednu takovou poznámku, s kterou si nikdo neví asi úplně rady, týká se úplně všech bezpečnostních
I think it's something that concerns all security forces and services. We have certain development concept of development of the police of the Czech Republic. It defines our optimum staff levels. We still have, human resources gap, but still it's getting better and better. But what concerns us, and we should not forget about it, but we forget about it all the time, are employees, civil employees of security forces. Because each year, now I'm talking about 2024, we need to physically let go 700 civil employees. Well, guess who can do their job? Either a policeman, who is more expensive and should be doing something else, or an external company. So it has to be outsourced. So the message is clear. Anytime we are talking about human resources of security services, we have to ask ourselves whether we have the right conditions also for civilian employees, so that they do not leave and we do not give their tasks to the police officers. And we are absolutely unable to compete with the private market, and we had to even, increase bonuses to our civilian employees so that they have at least the minimum wage. And our target groups are students leaving the high school, so high school graduates. High school graduates are the Z generation, and they're completely different from us, the Z generation. And I'm not sure whether the security services management is able to change their mindsets and the way they are working, and to find, let's say, a tuned language, common language with a generation that is so different from them. Imagine you have 10 police officers, and 4 of them have been in service for less than 10 years. These are young people full of energy. They are skilled in online technologies that different skills than the older generation has. But they also ask, why should I be doing this job? But when we join the forces, I heard from my commander, when I'll want to know your opinion, I'll ask you, just do this and don't ask questions. But the young generation is not working like that. They ask questions. And we have to find a way to be working with that, because this is something also difficult for the commanders to get used to this new set generation. Just very briefly, yes, I understand as regards the civilian employees. We have the same, or civilian staff, we have the same problem, because the state is not able to pay for civilians their tasks. Sometimes we have to handle it by people in uniforms, which are much more expensive. And when it comes to the Z or such generation, I agree. We have to approach them differently. We also try to make progress in this regard, but still, the trainings of high school students that we've been doing for the last 2 years, and their interest increases exceeds our capacities. The results are great. When we work with them well, they have great results. They are not better or worse. They're just slightly different. Just like, always in the past, each generation was slightly different than the generation before. They have different, let's say, driving forces, different motivators. But if you work with them well, they are amazing and they have great results. And I truly believe in them. Thank you. Time for Q&A. Good afternoon. I have a question regarding introduction of new technologies. Recently, I've had a discussion with responsible people in all your three security forces. Everyone was very open-minded, and everyone mentioned the same problem, which is the acquisition process. The Public Procurement Act is very complex and brings in many limitations and restrictions, so that the end users can often not even talk, or that the client cannot even talk with the company. So how should we change the legislation to, make the Public Procurement Act more flexible and the acquisition process? I will ask for 2 more questions, and then we will have a round of answers. Another question in the back. Radim Turek, Jakelo. I have 3 questions reacting to what the general said. General Řehka says that we should be prepared for Russia with or war with Russia. I hope you have relevant intelligence information, because hopefully this is not just scaremongering. And as regards the police general, yes, there is a great risk that there might be war with Russia. And once the war with Ukraine ends, there might be 5 million Ukrainian migrants, or maybe not 5 million, but I think some of us remember the end or dissolution of Soviet Union or the wars in the Balkans, and we know what it caused, the troubles it caused to the police service in the 1990s, where at least they were prepared for the situation, whereas we are not today. But my third question would be regarding investments in a citizen. What should I imagine? You talk about investing in citizens. Does it mean militarization of Czech society, like the Israeli model, or is the government preparing investments in military training for citizens? Because there are some trainings that the citizens can pay for themselves, but just like shooting range, exercise and so on, but these are quite expensive. And last questions, are there any urgent measures in the pipeline? Because we have only some 3% of bunkers or shelters where people could hide in case of emergency. So is anyone even talking about it? Prague has a higher level. If my statistics are right, in Prague, some 10% of inhabitants would be able to hide, but the rest of the country is at some 3% level, 1 or 2% more or less. So I apologize for the question. I mixed several of them. I have a question on behalf of the Pirate Party. I apologize. My question is about aspect that no one has mentioned so far. When we talk about nationwide crisis, would it be good perhaps to have some concept of reserves, nationwide reserves? I've understood in the past that police and the army are rather reluctant to have some standing reserves. So do I understand it correctly, or would you like to use some active reserves? And what do you think should be changed about the current legislation of active reserves? Okay, I'm afraid we won't have time for more questions, but first I'll pass the floor to the police president, because I know he's under time pressure. So in case he had to leave before the panel ends, he simply has to leave. he's not being rude. I'll start with the last question. I was shaking my head, not because I wouldn't think that 5 million people would come here from Ukraine after the war, but because I think we should do everything in our power to prevent this. And our primary goal should be that Europe will not abandon Ukraine once the conflict stops. We should help Ukraine reconstruct, invest in the country so that Ukrainians believe that they can have a good life after the war ends. Because after each war wave, there are 3 big communities in Europe, in Poland, Germany, and the Czech Republic, whereas in the Czech Republic, the community is largest per capita. So if a large wave of migrants with a war experience comes to the Czech Republic, it might be slightly problematic, to say the least. Not to mention the restricted, psychological services and others. I'm not saying that we should not be ready for migration away from Ukraine after the war, but I'm saying that we should be ready to help Ukraine even after the war. We should not abandon Ukraine once the war ends. And there are 3 phases when it comes to your other question. How to cooperate with companies to make sure it's legal. Police has to be especially careful. And so when it comes to research, development, innovation, we have to be very vigilant. We also be able to draft technical specifications. We've learned that, but still, believe it or not, there are a number of companies who are not able, as part of public procurement, to put forward an offer which would be in line with our technical specifications. Not that they wouldn't have the capability, but they don't know how to draft it, how to write it. And the third phase, if someone objects and the dispute at the competitiveness office is taking several years to resolve, then something is wrong. So we need to be more flexible in the area of acquisitions.
Já zkusím od prvopočátku, co se týče akvizic. Tady je třeba si uvědomit, že tím, jak se mění
when it comes to acquisitions, as the security environment is changing,
ta technika nebo to technické řešení se musí
the
vymýšlet.
technical solution has to be sometimes invented. And in terms of the Public Procurement Act, it is almost borderline illegal. Second of all, if you want to come up with something, you need to have an interaction with the potential supplier or suppliers, in plural. Again, this is wrong. And thirdly, especially when it comes to warnings or notifications, you create a public tender, and an entity which is not even part of the tender, they object. So they make it unable for you to implement a project which is supported by European funds, just because it is caprice, which is something terrible. So the situation needs to change.
Investice do občana. Já to řeknu úplně polopaticky.
And I'll put it bluntly. In the past, a citizen was assured that in case of emergencies, the state will protect them. But I've been saying for quite some time, the state will not take care of you unless the citizens contribute to that. I know that in the media, sometimes it is announced that each citizen should be prepared for being 3 days or 72 hours prepared for emergency. But today, Scandinavian countries, they prepare citizens to be able to survive for 1 week. So it is an illusion to think that during the communists, the situation was much better. It was not.
We were lying to ourselves often, and today, if you calculate Prague, we have covers for 6% of the population, and it used to be 10 to 11 in the past, but it has to be part of the new concept of citizen protection. We need to know what the shelters should look like. Do we need to have anti-nuclear shelters or improvised shelters? I calculated How much would it cost to have shelters similarly to Finland? Because Finland was building it since 1945, ever since World War II ended. It's 3-state budget, annual budget. It's just unrealistic. So we need to take an approach that is acceptable in many other European countries, and that is to have improvised shelters. We need to talk about, well, while today the concept says that the state takes care of 2.5 million citizens, all children, all those in social institutions, health institution, plus one adult, if that is viable, it's not. We need to look at things such as filters, masks, other personal protection equipment, and this should be the impulse for a political decision and for communication. What I want to say is we have a problem after elections to train mayors, train governors of regions. The success rate is 60 to 70%. Let's take the lesson from those countries where it works, not only within the narrow segment of public administration, but within the segment of all those persons who have something to do with security issues, including corporations, security directors, and there is a clear system how the situation should look like. And then we can rely on the fact that if the person needs to make a decision, they have information. Today, a person and people only have a certain position or job, but no information. I want to say clearly and loudly and repeat it that I am not saying that there is a war with Russia coming. What I'm saying is that Russia is preparing for a war with us at all the levels, and I believe that we will be reasonable enough to avoid it. I'm not saying that the war will come because it will be a huge failure. It will not come, but we have to do something about it. Russia is getting ready for that. There is intelligence available, but what I am saying is something that we agree with my peers across NATO. Mr. Konecki will confirm what I'm saying regarding threats from Russia. It's nothing exceptional, and it can be heard also from other NATO allies. So I am not saying that there will be war with Russia. I'm saying that we will be able to avoid it. Second thing, warning system, shelters, etc. If you are in Ukraine and you experience several air raids and threats, there is a system that warns you. It has quite a good ability to inform you when and where, and we are working on that. The army, the fire rescue service, and also the NATO system. There is the cell broadcast that is being worked on, but also in Ukraine, you do not go to shelters that there would be a shelter everywhere. You go to a cellar, to a garage or something like that. So I'm not sure that every single village should build their own bunkers. But for example, in Poland, since January, they have a new act that tells you that if you build a new house or a residential building, you are obliged to also build some shelters. So we should do something about it. But you just cannot imagine that right now, we are going to invest huge amounts of money to build shelters. This is unrealistic. the designated state reserve, well, we are working on the active reserves. We have a concept of mobilization. We just need to renew the pool to keep up with the designated state reserve. And we see that there are various possibilities and modules, and we need information such as what is the health condition, who has the driver's license, what is the equipment, whether the persons have the license for arms, etc. And then we can consider how to work with the people. But our focus is today the military reserve. That's the alpha and omega. And if it does not work, it doesn't make sense to focus on other things when talking about the reserve. And then, of course, the possibility to use the volunteer, fire, rescue brigades, etc. As for the Public Procurement Act and the acquisition process, I'm not a specialist in this field, but what would help is a certain autonomy of the army. Army is firmly attached to the Ministry of Defense, unlike, for example, the police of the Czech Republic and the fire rescue service. So they do not have to centralize things that we have to centralize, so they only centralize it when it makes sense. Communication and not criminalizing communication between army and the defense industry. There are some shifts and movements in this area. We are trying to simplify the rules, but we are not champions, but we are working on that. But more autonomy of the army would definitely help in that. Another thing is if we are able, it would help to purchase certain things as a service. And then perhaps to cooperate with the industry already in the phase of developing the service, not to specify it, then it would take years for them to develop and then argue whether it's in line with the specification or not, because this is not flexible and it takes too much time. It would also help if the companies would take responsibility in the sense that let's not turn to the anti-monopoly office just because you believe that somebody else got more money than you, and just do not bring corruption practices to negotiation. Sometimes it happens because we are just human beings, but sometimes there are some sort of signs of corruption, and these were the cases why the state actually restricted the communication with the defense industry so much. So any attempts of corruption activities actually are always to the detriment of all. But I don't think this is the main problem or main issue, but we have to keep that in mind as well. So we have reached the end of our time limit. Thank you very much for your very open and clear statements. This is exactly what we need to bring into the discussion. So thank you very much for your interest. Thank you very much for your answers. And I'm looking forward to the afternoon sessions. Thank you. So thank you very much. I would like to thank all the panelists. We have about an hour for lunch that is being served downstairs. And please come back before 2 o'clock, because at 2 o'clock we will hear the speech of Czech President Petr Pavel.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
Tak přísáme!
I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
Tak přísáme!
I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem.
Svoboda Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to.
Minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
Tak přísáme!
I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to.
Minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
Tak přísáme!
I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
Tak přísáme!
I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
Tak přísáme!
I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
Tak přísáme!
I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
Tak přísáme!
I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem. Staň se občanem.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to. Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci. Jsme na to.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
Tak přísáhne!
My bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás.
Dámy a pánové, pěkné odpoledne.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please take your seat here at the ballroom of the Prague Castle so that we can start at 2 p.m. sharp.
Tak já vidím, že je míšovna plná, tak možná můžeme...
I can see that the room is full, so I think that we can start ahead of the schedule. President, First Vice Prime Minister, President of the Chamber of Commerce, Ministers, welcome to the second part of the 13th year of the National Security Conference. Security cannot be taken for granted, and we are glad to see full house here. And I think this is a wonderful foundation for the upcoming speeches and the discussion. We truly appreciate it. And now it is my duty to invite President Petr Pavel.
Vážení ústavní činitelé,
dear officials, chairman of the parliamentary parties, ladies and gentlemen, talking about security is something that I do quite often, and I personally hope that it wouldn't be that often. I would have hoped that we could focus more on everyday worries of our citizens. However, the global development and the reaction here in the Czech Republic leads me to talk openly about these issues. And that's why my words today won't be a philosophical contemplation or description of the situation in the globe. It will be a warning and reminder of responsibility that we all have. Being the head of the state and the commander-in-chief, together with the government, I'm responsible for the security of our country and our citizens. And I take this responsibility really seriously, also taking into account my previous experience. Last year, I talked about the fact that we should be ready for the situation when the US will not guarantee European security, as was the situation in the past. What used to be just one option has become a reality today. The US repeatedly and openly says that European security is the responsibility of us Europeans, and it cannot be in any other way. After years when we got used to security guarantees from others, we are facing times when Europe really needs to take care of itself. It is a reality, and there is no need to avoid it. It's a reality that we have to face, not in a year's time, not after the next elections, not after when we have all the funding needed, but now. And if we are sincere, we should have done it already. Not only Donald Trump, but also his predecessors have invited us to do that for over 20 years. However, often we decided to put aside difficult decisions. And it's not a criticism of a single government or political representation. This was the case of many European countries, with certain exceptions such as Poland or Baltic states, that had a more realistic view of the situation. So we do not focus on fulfillment of our commitments that we accepted. How can we accept from others that they will fulfill Article 5 if we are not fulfilling our part of collective security? The speed of improving readiness, building capacity is not corresponding to the security reality, and it has not been matching it for a long time. Just look at the recent reports. Yes, we are part of the collective defense of the NATO. It's one of the greatest security benefits for our country. However, we cannot rely only on steps, solidarity and responsibility of our partners. We also have to make our own homework. It's not only about our credibility with respect to allies, it's about the security of our own citizens. It is important to realize what are the challenges that we face, what we want to achieve in the area of security, and within what time frame. Security cannot be a task for 1 year or 2 years. It is a long-term strategy that should not be changed significantly with every new government. We need to have several years plan for development of our capabilities. We need to measure our achievements, and we also need political agreement that goes beyond a single term of office. It is quite natural and legitimate that political representation might have different point of view regarding some partial issues. However, to change the question of and to transform the security into a political fight and not to take threats seriously is something that is not acceptable. Ladies and gentlemen, the transformation of the political environment is going in a much faster way than what we expected. To have a society that is resilient, that is ready to defend itself is not a short-term task. We have to speed up also preparation of modern legislation that is able to respond flexibly and quickly. We have to create conditions for systematic capacity building regarding internal and external security. And if we keep postponing that, it will mean that it will be costly. Our responsibility is to act on time, although perhaps it's not comfortable and not popular. Readiness is built before the crisis, not when the crisis comes. Today, we are not talking about hypothetical scenarios. More and more aggressive Russia is talking about us as about their enemy, and we are already in a war conflict, although it is not a war with conventional means. The situation is magnified by the recent development in the Middle East. The situation is unpredictable and it will have clear impact on us. The borders of the possible are shifting faster than we were used to. Just to expect that there will be peace because we are going to talk about it and that we want to have it or somebody else will negotiate it is just naive and it's short-sighted. That's why here, similarly to my recent speeches in the Senate and the Chamber of Representatives, I want to highlight one thing. Strengthening of the resilience is not a preparation for a war. No, it's a prerequisite to maintain peace and the way how we live. It's an investment for safe future. Ladies and gentlemen, in the modern conflict, it's not only up to the army, it's up to the whole society. However, the society can only function as a whole if the society is able to agree at least on some fundamentals. Education, R&D, transport infrastructure, energy, security, agile army, functioning healthcare, strong economy based on innovation. All of that has to create one whole in order to succeed in the world of growing threats. No matter the type of threat, we need to align the capabilities of all the sectors, private, state, academia, including the civil society. And we politicians should accept even more responsibility. The questions of state security should not be taken to divide even more to the society. And only then our society and country can be strong and united. Only then we can become a strong stakeholder. Only then we will be able to preserve the most valuable thing, peace for our citizens and for future generations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, President. Thank you for the opening of the second part of our conference. And now we will have our keynote speaker. As I've mentioned before in the morning, the DNA of this conference are transatlantic ties, and therefore I'm glad that I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Nicholas Merrick, who will be introduced by Jaroslav Zajíček, Director of the Foreign Policy Department of the Office of the President of the Czech Republic.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to introduce the Ambassador of the United States to the Czech Republic, His Excellency Mr. Nicholas Merrick, who officially began his mission in Prague in October 2025 after presenting his credentials to President Petr Pavel. Although born in Pittsburgh, Ambassador Merrick has strong ties to the great state of Texas, the state with the largest population of Czech Americans. Texas is known for its friendly and hardworking people, its energy industry, and of course, its famous kolaches. President Pavel himself visited the Lone Star State in 2024, where he met with the Texas National Guard and took part in a successful event co-organized by the Atlantic Council and Jagello 2000. As you may know, in just a few days, Ambassador Merrick will join the Czech delegation led by the First Deputy Prime Minister Karel Havlíček on a visit to the United States, accompanied by a robust business delegation. This is a clear signal and clear sign that he believes diplomacy does not mean sitting behind a desk, but rather turning partnerships into real projects and results. Ambassador Merrick arrives in Prague bringing a valuable blend of business leadership and diplomatic engagement, shaped by his academic experience at the University of Virginia and Harvard University. And since assuming his post, he has made clear that robust defense investment strengthens Czech and NATO security at a time when it is needed more than ever. And we very much look forward to hearing his remarks today. But he is equally committed to expanding trade, fostering innovation, supporting the entrepreneurship spirit, and advancing our shared values and interests. These pillars are essential to ensuring long-term stability and prosperity on both sides of the Atlantic. In short, Ambassador Merrick believes our cooperation should be active, not passive, driven by joint projects, shared interests, and tangible results. That is the agenda he brings to Prague. Well, in his first months here have already been impressive, and he has quickly established himself as one of the most visible members of the diplomatic corps. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ambassador Nicholas Merrick.
President Pavel, First Deputy Prime Minister Havlíček, Mr. President of the Senate, Mr. President of the Chamber of Deputies, distinguished ministers, members of Parliament, leaders of the armed forces, and esteemed colleagues. I'm encouraged to see so many here today, and thank you, Jagello 2000, for convening a conference so clear about its intentions. Czech security and our collective security as NATO allies truly cannot be taken for granted, and the title of this event could not be more relevant now. We are living in dangerous times, and our discussion today should focus on how we can make it a bit less dangerous. There's a great deal happening in the world today, and I want to acknowledge at the top that we have seen and appreciate high-level statements of support from our Czech partners. My remarks today will focus on Czechia, where there is no greater tool for addressing those dangers than NATO. an alliance where collectively we are all safer as we commit to and invest in collective security. Our shared ironclad commitment to collective defense under Article 5 is grounded in the very real threats we face. And Article 3 is equally important. Each ally commits to have the forces, capabilities, resources, infrastructure, warfighting readiness, and resilience needed to deter and defend. As everyone in this room knows, at the NATO summit at The Hague last June, all 32 allies that agreed that we face profound security threats and challenges. All allies, including Czechia, committed to meet capability targets and their resulting funding levels. It's vital to have a viable plan to meet those targets. These numbers, 3.5% of GDP for core defense and 1.5% for cross-functional investments totaling 5%, all achieved in the next 10 years, are not arbitrary. They're not an American demand, nor were they simply a signature by one government easily discarded by another. They were an agreement among sovereign allies, each of which relies on the others without exception. They reflect the investment necessary for security and deterrence. And the Czech people understand this. 80% of the Czechs agree that NATO membership is essential for the defense and security of the Czech Republic, according to recent polling. Czechs believe in NATO, but that belief must be matched by capability, by commitment. According to defense experts, current core defense spending included in the 2026 draft budget will be approximately 1.8% of GDP, well below not only the Hague Summit commitment, but even below the previous Wales Summit commitment and last year's levels. At 1.8%, Czechia would risk being among the lowest spenders in the alliance. Let me say that again. At around 1.8% of GDP, Czechia would risk being among the lowest spenders in the alliance and would be demonstrating negative momentum compared to peer NATO partners. But more importantly, this level of spending means Czechia risks not meeting its self-identified capability targets. If Czechia fails to fulfill its commitments, it impacts the entire alliance. And I don't need to remind you and the Czech people how essential it is that allies honor commitments. These commitments are not just about spending, they are about strengthening NATO and ensuring it functions as intended, an alliance of 32 strong and capable allies. We know that together, European NATO allies have the potential to be substantially more powerful than any adversary, but each of us, including Czechia, must translate that potential into tangible capabilities. Every leader in the alliance is approaching this as a generational commitment. We cannot defer difficult decisions to some future budget cycle. All NATO members also have future elections, complex coalitions, and opposing political parties, campaign resources, campaign promises, and the competing claims on finite government resources. All of Czechia's allies, facing their own political pressures and fiscal constraints, are making hard choices, both across the continent and across the Atlantic. Increasing defense capabilities is fundamentally something Czechia needs to do for Czechs, a generational investment in your own security. How to make those investments to best achieve capabilities remains a sovereign decision, but I'm here to underscore the basic commitment that has already been made and why it matters. This commitment is about ensuring that your warfighters have the equipment, supplies, and training they need, that your airspace is secure, that your infrastructure is resilient to ensure your nation is prepared, that your people are safe. And should conflict come, there is no security in sitting on the sidelines. Security comes from commitment. Commitment leads to capabilities. Capabilities make us stronger, and only this strength leads to deterrence. Deterrence is real security. But here in Prague, we are still having conversations about the first step on that path, commitment. Our two countries have strong foundations in the relationships between our people, dating back to the founding of Czechoslovakia. And today, the Trump administration has excellent relationships with the coalition government. Next week, I'm excited to join First Deputy Prime Minister Havlicek on his trip to Texas, where we will have consequential meetings with members of President Trump's cabinet and other senior government officials. These high-level meetings are not routine or typical. Many countries do not have such access, but Czechia does, because Washington recognizes that you are a great friend and partner with many shared values and a high potential for joint projects focused on shared economic prosperity. At the same time, Mr. Havlicek will also hear the exact same message regarding NATO and our joint security that Czech leaders have heard from our senior-most government officials, particularly since last June's summit, that all countries must have an actionable plan to meet capability targets and consequentially grow core defense spending from 2% to 3.5% over the next 10 years, with positive momentum expected for 2026. If a strong transatlantic alliance is to meet today's strategic challenges, we should not misunderstand each other on this point. There is no alternative to real change, to real commitment without delay. If we are serious about defending our people, then we must match words with resources, commitments with capabilities, and belief with action. This is the moment for clarity, for communicating whether each of us, including Czechia, is fully committed. Czechia needs NATO, just as NATO needs Czechia. And just as the NATO needs the United States needs a strong NATO. The United States is doing its part. We will continue to do so. We ask our allies, including the Czech Republic, to do the same. Our shared security requires it because at the end of the day, we are in this together. Thank you very much.
Vážený pane prezidente, vaše excelence, pane velvyslanče, děkujeme nejen za vaši projevy.
Dear Mr. President, Your Excellency, thank you very much for your remarks and thank you for staying with us for a couple more minutes to take part in what we believe is the jewel of this conference. Our security cannot be taken for granted, organized by Jagello 2000. And what I am talking about is the political debate. During the previous 12 years of this conference, this debate has always been attended by representatives of all political parties represented in the Parliament of the Czech Republic. And the same applies to this 13th year of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that we will all agree that the past years and past days showed us that really we cannot take our security for granted. And despite the differences, we should find overlapping areas when we talk about security. We all know that the current situation in the Chamber of Deputies is quite turbulent. That's why I am glad that we can welcome here representatives of all the political parties, and I will invite them in alphabetical orders of the name of the political parties and movements. So first of all, I would like to invite Karel Havlíček, first Deputy Chairman of ANO and first Deputy Prime Minister of the Czech government. Then member of the Czech Pirates Party, Ivan Bartoš. Then Chairman of the Christian Democrats, Marek Výborný. Then one change that actually illustrates what I mentioned. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Petr Matzinka, announced several minutes ago that he has to change his program because of the repatriation flights from the Middle East. So that's why instead we will welcome Karel Beran of the Motorists for Themselves movement. Then I would like to welcome Martin Kupka, Chairman of the Civic Democratic Party. Record number of attendance goes to Tomio Okamura, Chairman of the Party of Direct Democracy and also President of the Chamber of Representatives. Then Martin Dvořák, member of the Presidium of STAN, and last but not least, Matěj Ondřej Haver, Chairman of TOP 09.
Dámy a pánové, další tradicí.
Another tradition of this debate is that at the very beginning, each participant will have 2 minutes to present the priorities of the political party in the area of security. And one technical comment, the acoustics is quite specific. So if you can't hear your colleagues, you have headsets that could help you with dealing with this issue. Our time is limited, so please stick to the allocated time of 2 minutes. The counter is in front of you, and we'll start with Karel Havlíček. Hello, good afternoon. I had an opportunity to speak here today in the morning, and I outlined some of the topics, and I promised that we'll go into more detail. When we talk about security, we need to know what is the threat, and then we can take measures. And I think that we cannot only focus on one conflict, Russia, Ukraine, no matter how tragic it is, and we've been discussing it for many years. We cannot underestimate the threats coming from. So once again, we cannot underestimate the threats coming from the Middle East as we see in today's conflict. We do not only have conventional threats, so we not only need to strengthen our external security, but there are also threats related to internal security, such as energy security and also industrial security. And every responsible government will focus on all these threats and will focus on measures to prevent issues and problems in all these areas. And this is what we have to do, not to underestimate external threats. It's about NATO and fulfilling our commitments. Also, it's internal security related to preventing uncontrolled migration. It's energy security related not only to building up new capacities, but also investment into distribution networks and the grid that also improve the resilience of the Czech Republic. As if we underestimate it, it would mean a huge threat comparable to the first ones. And then industrial security. Thank you. And before I pass the floor, I would like to ask you to focus on your ideas and visions. Later on, you will have an opportunity to respond what was said here by your peers. Dear friends, dear guests, the title of the conference, Our Security Cannot Be Taken for Granted, has become an everyday reality. The Russian aggression in Ukraine that has been lasting for 4 years shows us that peace in Europe is not for free, and if we keep underestimating security in Europe, we will not deter future potential aggressors. And we have to admit that unlike Ukraine or Poland or Baltic states, the Czech Republic is really not ready well for a potential conflict like that. On behalf of the pirates, I want to say that the first duty of the state is to ensure security of its citizens today and in the future. And we have no other alternative but to focus on collective defense within NATO and within strong Europe, and to be a reliable partner. And it cannot be just an empty phrase. It should be in our national interest. And if we want allies to protect us, we have to actively participate in the defense. We actually support fulfillment of our commitment, increasing up to 3.5% until 2030. And these are direct spending plus spending in infrastructure, because supporting defense is not only about blind spending. And of course, all the contracts must be transparent, involve Czech industries, and we also need to take into account the needs of modern battlefield, that is to absorb innovations. So it's not only artillery and army, but we need to take into account cyberspace and others. So we should invest into all these areas. And to conclude, I agree, it's not only the army, but resilient and united society that will help us potentially to deter threats or go through the crisis successfully.
Now, Mr. Výborný and his vision. Dear President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the motto of this conference does not have to be further discussed, because both internal as well as external security cannot be taken for granted. And we should remind ourselves of several key issues. As regards external security, we are, in the positive sense of the word, dependent on the guarantees of our NATO allies. And therefore, we should remember that we should not be free riders, and we should fulfill the commitments that we made as allies. With respect to the fact that every government is responsible for defense and security, but for the budget planning, we cannot really earmark spending on building or infrastructure and other issues if we do not provide for our security. Because if we don't have security, other issues might not be possible. So it is not true that now is not the best time for increasing defense spending. On the contrary, now we should not cut spending for defense, because the Czech Republic finds itself at the very end of NATO allies, which is not good, not only towards the Czech citizens, but also it's not fair towards our allies. Because if Europe should stand on its own feet, then in this sense of the word, we cannot be left behind. And every year counts. Because if we do not increase our defense spending, it will have consequences, including where the funding is headed. So, cutting defense spending and slowing down modernization of our armed forces would have a very negative impact, not only on our army, but also on the willingness of Czech citizens to serve in the army, which would send the wrong signal. So please, let's try to find a political consensus across partisan lines, so that we can accept defense as our priority number one and pay our utmost attention to it. Thank you. Deputy Beran. Mr. President, Excellencies, representatives, for quite some time, our ties with the US have been the domain of the main pro-Atlantic ties, representatives and traditionalists. But today, we can see that defense is still very important. And when we look at the strategic documents of the USA and the steps taken by the current administration, and we look at what the administration has said, including at the Munich Security Conference, it was an attempt to renew the dynamic relations between Europe and the US. The US wants Europe to stand more on its feet, and this is also in our interest. We want strong presence of the United States in Europe. NATO and the USA are a well-proven framework. Weakening of the roles of individual European states means that we won't be able to stand on our feet. But defense spending is not just about numbers in some Excel tables. If we do not invest in real capabilities, and we can see it now during the Middle East situation, and if we do not invest and strengthen our air defense, then we can see that we cannot have the necessary combat readiness, and the current conflicts remind us of that. There needs to be fair burden sharing, because modernization projects are underway, the costs are increasing, but we also need to have a wider cooperation in the area of energy, small modular reactors, nuclear energy, LNG. Without strong economy, we won't have strong defense. And last but not least, no defense policy will not work without the support of our own partners. Defense stands on trust and confidence, and we can see it in the conflict on the conflict in Ukraine. Because if we lose the trust of our people, no strategy or percentages of GDP spending will not replace it. We need to have a responsible security and defense policy. Thank you. It is clear that now there's no time for free or empty words and declarations. Now it's time to act. Over the past few years, the Czech Republic managed to increase defense spending and contribute to being full-fledged member of the alliance and confident member of the alliance. Security is priority number one, and it should be reflected into our politics and the budget. Because for us, it means the only thing. We will continue to push on the current government to increase defense spending and to further develop specific capabilities, specific commitments, and collective deterrence. It is clear that increasing combat readiness provides also a great opportunity to modernize Czech economy, to modernize Czech industry, because the current strategy increases demands on AI use, on UAVs, on using the modern technologies, and any failure in this clear direction of fulfilling our commitments means not only weakening our ties to our partners, but also our partners as such. And we can see that our allies monitor the situation very closely. It's not just about fulfilling some goals, but it is also about saying whether Czechia takes its role seriously and its responsibility within alliance. So the Civic Democrats will try to make sure that we will not fail. And the current government can count on the fact that we will support defense spending. And I hope that next week, when we discuss the budget of the Czech Republic, even amidst the current situation, security situation and the current events, we will be able to change the government's decision and increase defense spending, because now it's time to act. Thank you for your attention. And now, Mr. Okamura. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past years, we've been meeting at this conference called Our Security Cannot Be Taken for Granted, as in times when some think that peace is basically a failure and that we should all, increase our armament and so on. But of course, our aim is not about the quantity, but about the quality and effectiveness of our army. Investment plans and priorities should be in line with the economic possibilities of the Czech Republic. In this regard, I think we should include Czech industry in all acquisition projects. The goal is to have strong and combat-ready army able to provide complex protection to our country and its citizens. Our goal is to have army which the citizens trust. Hope we can agree on that. Now, Mr. Martin Dvořák, member of the Presidium of STAN. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great honor for me to be here and to step in for our chairman, Vít Rakušan. But on the other hand, after everything that's been said, it's very difficult to find words and come up with something new. But I will try to focus on saying that I've watched all the political statements and declarations, and with a few exceptions, everyone says that security means NATO membership. And in this regard, I think it is very dangerous to fail to fulfill our NATO commitments and be, one of the last of the 32 allies. And I hope we won't be in this position for too long, and we will change our priorities. It is not just about defense spending as such, but currently, in the current turbulent situation and turbulent times, I think it's even worse to signal that we want to decrease defense spending, intelligence spending, and other security services spending. I understand, or perhaps don't understand, but I often hear from the opposition that the main issue is not how much we spend, but whether we spend it efficiently. But I would like to ask, perhaps provocatively, maybe it's not that original, but if we were not at this point to effectively buy technology equipment, there is one place where they would know how to use our finances effectively. It's called Ukraine. So if we want to increase our security, at least let us help Ukraine, which is protecting us just a few hundred kilometers away from our borders. Thank you for your attention. And now priorities presented by Chairman of the Ladies and gentlemen, for the past 12 years, I've been following this conference very closely, but over the past years, its title is becoming more and more urgent. I don't like it, but I hope that we will stop talking and start acting. You cannot expect me not being critical, because I think the Czech defense spending is very low, especially in the current budget, and I hope that in the years to come, this trend will be turned. Just like the Baltic states, just like Poland, those of us with historical experience of Russian aggression, we should lead by example. We should show the rest of Europe how we should stand up to this threat. Intelligence services are also also underfunded. Sometimes we hear that the war in Ukraine is not our war. I disagree. It is our battlefield. But even if I admit that someone could think so, they cannot doubt, given the intelligence information that we have, that the disinformation battlefield is also here in the Czech Republic, and we have to face it. Russian war takes place also here in Czechia at the level of disinformation campaigns. And if someone tries to downplay, they either do not understand it or do not want to understand because they serve the Russians. So when you look at the dynamics in Russia and NATO, we can see that Europe will have to be able to stand on its own feet, will have to rely on itself more. And I hope, we've been hearing about this for quite some time, and I hope that now we will stand up to the challenge and start taking care of our own defense. I know this is nothing original. There have been people who've been saying this time and again, just like Václav Havel. There is no other time than deeper European integration. Otherwise, it will be disintegration, which will be dangerous. Just like something like the United States of Europe is a safe and prosperous vision for the Czech Republic. Thank you. And now, time to react to other speakers. But if I may, I would like to make the situation more difficult for you. Of course, you can disagree with your opponents, but now I would like to ask you, apart from criticism, to also find some common ground, something where you can see eye to eye, even though you often disagree. So, is there someone who would like to react? There's no doubt that for our resilience and handling potential crisis, we need to have energy security and transport infrastructure, because given our geopolitical situation, we'll bear the burden of any potential conflict because the military will have to transfer through our countries. So we have to look for common ground across partisan lines. That's true. And the consensus across society in the Czech Republic is quite rare. And that is quite positive, because Czech society shares this political opinion when it comes to the development of nuclear resources. Most Czechs agree that we have to invest in transport infrastructure. So now we have to take the steps to transform words into acts. And there is one clear possibility to do it, including our NATO commitments, as was mentioned here at the beginning. With each new year, we have to increase our defense spending, including our spending in infrastructure building. So it's 3.5% by 2035, and the government stated as one milestone 3% by 2030. Of course, it needs to be invested effectively. It needs to improve the army and so on. There's no doubt.
Mr. Bartoš, thank you. I'm glad that we agree that we should involve the Czech industry. We can see a list of many Czech companies that are active in the production or distribution or assembly of this material. What I disagree with, and it was also a topic of previous years of this conference, that if we purchase in a transparent way together and the investment is well planned, then we should really not postpone the project. We should do both. We should improve the defensive capacity and combat capacity of the army, and at the same time push. And let's not come up with our own solutions, but let's purchase standardized solutions. And one thing is also important, and it is also relevant to those political parties that say that we should invest in something else. We have one great advantage. So the army, then fire services and the police are really the most trustworthy institutions. The army has about 75% of trust. So I think that the average electorate would not really protest if the political representation talk about the need to invest into army. As politicians represent the people, and the people trust in the army, and this is a huge benefit that we could have and utilize the trust in this cause. Mr. Výborný, there is no doubt that the trust is really important, and I would like to repeat once again that we really need to try to find a consensus, not a battlefield, when we talk about these issues. When I hear the words of my colleagues and what is the priority in the area of air defense, there is no doubt that we should argue about it. So even more, we should pay attention to the budget, because air defense, these are the most expensive systems, and therefore we should not allow that there is a dramatic decrease. We cannot afford it, not because of President Trump, not because of percentages that we committed to, but primarily for us to be able to fulfill our commitment with respect to our society and with respect to our allies. We need to support it through the budget if we want to fulfill what we have committed to do. And right now, when we discuss the budget, the state budget, so hopefully this will be taken into account. Thank you very much for the discussion. I would go back to what I have already said, and I will follow on what was said by my colleagues. When we talk about security, there is internal, external, industrial, and energy. And it's difficult to say which part is more important. But if we put it all together, hundreds of billions of crowns go to these areas. And it's in the budget also for the next year. Of course, we are not able to satisfy everybody that logically push for the increase. It's not that we would not agree, but the same people say you have to stick to certain rules of budgetary responsibility, and it is impossible with respect to the state of the economy. It's not a criticism, it is just stating the facts. So we cannot be pushed into investing into just one pillar. It's important to invest into having equipment to air defense, but what is it good for if our networks collapse? Because we also need to invest also into networks, and we are talking about hundreds of billions of crowns. The positive message is, and I will repeat what I said today in the morning, it's absolutely correct. It's good that 4 years ago, opposition coalition agreed that we clearly supported Israel during the conflict in Gaza, that we condemned the Russian aggression, and that we clearly also made a statement with respect to Iran, or that we supported Israel and the US, unlike other European countries that close their eyes and say it's not their problem, it's a problem of all of us. And it's great that we found an agreement. I hope that it would be like that, but it's not. The current coalition government does not show the signs of unity with respect to the operation in Iran. And the Czech government should clearly state that, and to be sincere, it means that we should use clear language. For example, that SPD does not have the same position similarly to other members of the coalition, the government. So what should we do as politicians? We should set priorities. And with respect to what is going on, strengthening the security is a clear priority. It is above other values. If we do not ensure security, clearly other values in practical human life will become secondary. And for me, it is also the reason why we will push the current government to invest sufficiently, invest effectively, and fulfill the commitments, because otherwise the position of the Czech Republic and of the Czech industry will be weakened, and it will weaken the opportunity to grow and also to take care of our own security. Thank you. I want to add what we would agree, and you can hear it from everybody, that the money, and it's a huge amount, if it's 5% of GDP, it's about 400 billion Czech crowns. We have to spend the money purposefully. Of course, some of the army purchases, such as the F-35, and I think it was the right strategic decision, it just takes time. You cannot purchase the fighters immediately. So the purposefulness of the spending. And then what is at stake is the credibility of the Czech Republic. We are at somewhere sort of at the last, and it's a pity and it's a shame, and it will impact the position of the Czech Republic within NATO. And if the Czech Republic is or takes such a cowardice position, it's not good. People establish the state in order for the state to make sure of the security. There are also other functions that the state provides, but security is the most important and foremost. And it should apply also the Czech Republic, but unfortunately it is not the case. Thank you very much, Martin Dvořák. First, thank you. I will try to say something. Well, we heard the words of a responsible government from Mr. Havlíček. That would be wonderful. But a responsible government cannot resign ensuring security. And now there are two major conflicts. It's not enough to say that Russia is an aggressor, but we need to support Ukraine and not to say it's not our problem, we are not going to give you anything. And also a responsible government should not resign on actually getting back 7 billion of subsidies that were unlawfully paid out. And a responsible government should seek ways how to fulfill our commitments, because NATO is our security guarantee. And if we take the role of a free rider, it will not bring us anything good. And we heard the words from His Excellency Ambassador of the US to the Czech Republic, and I would say that the current government is behaving irresponsibly. I would like to respond to our position of the Czech Republic abroad. Minister Rubio visited Hungary and Slovakia. Are there any better in defense spending compared to the Czech Republic? As for the economy and referring to the budget, well, we have inherited a budget and the government should not be ashamed. Well, yes, we continue with F-35, the ammunition initiative. Yes, we increased the defense spending. The government supports the operation in Iran. So what are we talking about? And I go back to the fact that we had elections. Our citizens expressed their opinions, also how the Czech positions are expressed with respect to the security, and the government just needs to take that into account. Thank you. So, unless Mr. Okamura wants to respond, let's move to the next topic. So apart from the relationship with the US and funding of the Czech defense capacity, there is one thing that we cannot omit, and that is the Epic Fury operation, the US-Israeli operation against Iran. I have a question for you, and I'll start with Chairman Okamura. Do you agree or do you disagree with this US-Israeli operation against Iran? I have already publicly presented my opinion. The attack of the US of Israel to Iran increases the risks of destabilization not only in the Middle East, but also increases the risk of energy crisis, mass migration, and also we see it in the prices of energy, and also weakens the global order. I demand respecting international law, going back to diplomacy, negotiations, no war in the past years, nowhere and never in the region improved the situation. Look into Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, and other countries. These resulted in war, continuing war, terrorism, migration waves into Europe, and economic problems. Unlike the US, for the Czech Republic, this war only means risks and negatives. Perhaps I will be alone with this opinion, but it is my opinion, so please respect it. Vice Premier, Prime Minister, you have already indicated your position. Could you please tell me, is there really consensus within the coalition of the government? The government talks on behalf of the coalition, and the coalition follows its manifesto, and we have declared that we firmly support the US and Israel, although we are aware of the risks arising from what has happened, of course. But if you actually compare the risks and what would be the risks if this would not be done, so the risks related to the completion of the nuclear program in the hands of unpredictable government or a single person in Iran, I think the steps had to be taken, and although we do not welcome any war conflicts that people and impact on the civilians, no one wants to have it. But we have to realize that the discussion, whether it's legal or legitimate, wouldn't be here if nuclear weapons are abused, and we cannot actually exclude that.
So now, easy question. Do you agree with the Israeli-US operation against Iran? We've all seen that the Iranian regime has been or is a despicable regime, which makes it clear that it wants to wage war, it wants to have nuclear weapons. And I think that the basis for the operation was based on intelligence that I do not have, but I stand with Israel Israel, and I think that this operation was legitimate also with regard to the long-term development that we've been watching in the Middle East. And now Mr. Berend, who, among other things, has been a diplomat in the Middle East, and also Mr. Dvořák. Well, the question is not easy. I had to analyze quite a few things myself, because whether this intervention was legal is up for discussion. It's not clear. I still think that Article 51 has been fulfilled. Whether it is legitimate, there is no doubt that the operation is legitimate. I would like to give you a quote from Czech literature, because murdering a tyrant is no crime. The regime in Iran is a tyrant regime, inhuman, cruel, and apart from being cruel against its own population, it poses a great threat to the entire region and neighboring countries, and it actually called one of the countries a Satan that needs to be annihilated. And therefore, I am glad that the operation is happening, even though every life lost is regretted, and I hope it will stop soon. Now, Mr. Kupka, my position is clear, and based on a number of documents about how Iran is murdering its own population, what a great threat it is for neighboring states, and how it violates all agreements regarding its nuclear program, is a global risk. It is not just a risk for the region. It supplies weapons to Putin's Russia for Putin's aggression in Ukraine. There are a number of reasons why we could not overlook the fact that Iran has been breaking all, violating all agreements. So in this regard, it is a great risk for the entire world. So in this regard, we think that the current US-Israeli operation is not only legitimate, but necessary. As a measure of last resort, but a legitimate one. Right from the beginning, I think that we saw eye to eye with the opposition, and I can only confirm what the other speakers have said. A totalitarian regime that has been discriminating against its population, against any opposition and democratic powers in the country. And as regards its nuclear policy, President Trump has called upon them several times, invited them to stop, to cease its nuclear activities. So, in my view, there was no other way than to take this step, even though with regard to all rules of integrity and so on, it's a bit questionable, but on behalf of Motorists Party, I must say that there was no other way than to go ahead with the operation. And now, Chairman Výborný, I think I can agree with most panelists here. We all perceived the threat of the Iranian nuclear program. And despite all the negotiations and promises that it will stop, we all perceived how the regime acted towards its own population, the opposition in the country. And at the same time, I also agree that if for dozens of years it's been talking about erasing Israel from the map as well as the US, I think it was legitimate to go ahead with the operation. We all hope that the operation will stop quickly, that there will not be too many civilian casualties, but it had to be done. We have to perceive it this way. And at the same time, something that has not been said here. It's out of the question to find analogies between, or to find analogies with the war in Ukraine. and the Russian aggression in Ukraine. It's very difficult to be the last to speak because a lot has been said here. Iran, before it turned into a theocratic democracy, was a modern, prosperous country. Then it became a dangerous dictatorship. And for the last month, we've been able to watch how it oppressed and acted against democratic opposition in the country. The question is, what will happen now after the Israeli and US operation? Because we have to distinguish between the IRGC and the theocratic regime, because this intervention and this operation, because the US asked the people to rise against the regime, to topple the regime. But now there is no natural opposition leader who would strive to overthrow the government, and Iran has huge resources, energy resources, military resources. So it is very important to make sure that there will not be someone like Islamic State or Daesh who will take hold of these great resources. I hope that both the US and Israel, as well as maybe Europe, will cooperate and try to set the right direction for the future of Iran. And I feel, and I'm scared a bit to see that the conflict is not just localized, that Cyprus or the UK military base in Cyprus was attacked, or a drone went to Russia, to Turkey. There were threats against Albania. So it is not just a local, regional problem. It is reaching towards European territory. So Europe should pay great attention to this topic. And we should cooperate with the US on finding the right future for Iran. So yes, we've said A, but now we should also focus on B and set a clear goal for the region. And of course, it's great that Shahid production facilities were destroyed and so on, or drone facilities were destroyed. And we have to make sure that maritime routes will be protected and so on. And maybe we should talk about whether some new faction, political faction, will be supported that could change the development in the region. And thank you. Now, First Deputy Prime Minister, in the government manifesto, you say that you want to strengthen strategic relations with the US. The question is, how should this commitment be fulfilled? How do you imagine strengthening strategic partnership with the US? And to rephrase it, how should the US act to be good and maybe above standard ally for the US? And how should the Czech Republic ask for above standard relations with the US? Thank you for this question, even though we did not agree on this one. Well, it's not just a question of the Czech Republic. I think it applies to the whole of Europe. Great powers like China are trying to extend their powers. So the only way to act against it is to strengthen other powers, and the only powers left are the US and Europe. So we should cooperate very closely at all levels possible, be it within NATO, not to think for even a minute. And I criticized it last year. I said openly, attempt at fragmenting NATO, creating a European wing of NATO. This is not realistic. NATO is strong thanks to the fact that we have 32 allies, including the US, which plays a crucial role within NATO, and it is a good thing. So that's one thing. Another, strengthening energy cooperation. Next week, I'm going to the US together with His Excellency. We will have high-level meetings with cabinet members. And one of our, well, I wouldn't say tasks, one of the points on our agenda will be to open a question of long-term gas contracts and supplies, gas supplies to the Czech Republic. I don't want to talk about the details, but this is a very crucial point on our agenda. And also business cooperation. Because in terms of philosophy, mentality, we are very close to the US, and even though in some areas we might compete, that's natural. But when it comes to economy, the main economic threat towards Europe and the US is China. And even though there are clear rules in Europe and in the US, these are rules applying to the quality of goods, hygiene, good security, rules related to various other supervision measures and so on. There are no such rules in Europe, and in China. And China is conquering Europe and the US through its cheap products. And it's been 15, maybe 20 years. So do you remember the Lisbon country? We will catch up with the US and overtake them. Do you remember? No. The US is not our economy competitor. It is the China. So we should be inspired by the US, not compete with the US. Let's look at what the US is doing well, pragmatically, and perhaps we could inspire the US as well. So we should increase our cooperation at all levels, including the economic level. And I think this is the most essential step for better security across the planet, regardless of whether that or this person agrees with this or that government. But we should keep this partnership strong. Mr. Bartoš, how do you imagine our ties with the US in the years to come? Thank you for the question. Well, I will start and then react to Mr. Havlíček. The Czech Republic, together with other countries, including the US, I also went on a diplomatic mission there, especially when it comes to innovation, cloud services, energy security. Europe should be, and Czechia should be confident. Even though politicians may say various things, tweet various things, talk about various things during press conferences, and I'm not talking about any specific politicians in the US or Czechia, but the continuity of cooperation, be it at administrative level, defense level, or economic level, is much more important. And even though in reality we might have different political views on certain things, our ties are long-term and are much more important than their views of individual politicians. I'm glad that during the Czech EU presidency, when Europe was quite protective towards, we managed to open up cooperation in the area of IT, innovation, and this is where I disagree with Mr. Havlíček. Even both the previous administration and the current Trump administration never said that Europe should replace the US in NATO. No, it always talked about complementarity, such as PESCO, permanent structured cooperation, and other initiatives. Of course, it's true that Czechia will never replace the US in the eastern flank, but together with other partners, be it V4 countries, which is perhaps no longer a preferred project, maybe, but still, we should look at Europe as something which should be more integrated, and also look at the US as a great market which speaks the same language. This is an advantage that we don't have in Europe, but still, we should be able to better cooperate and cooperate more closely. And I think that when it comes to the messages of Donald Trump towards Europe, is that to be united, be strong, because individual member states cannot play a crucial role in the big geopolitical game. So Europe needs to stand united, has clear economy, united politics and so on, because our enemy is Russia and China at least in terms of economy. So, as a politician, as a politician of a country which promotes cooperation, perhaps we should cooperate better in terms of economy. And sometimes, it's politicians who say things like, okay, I like this country, I do not like Spain, and Britain is ugly, and so on. So even though individual politicians might be saying this or that, I think that our long-term cooperation is much more important.
Mr. Výborný, I would warn against disintegration of the NATO structures. It would be bad for both the US and Europe. And I leave aside business cooperation, energy cooperation. It's quite clear, there is no doubt about it, and I do not want to go back to it. But what is of key importance is for Europe to be strong. For the US, it's important to have a strong partner, and a strong partner will be a strong Europe. And it means that we need to be able to reach an agreement within Europe. And if we are to participate in our own defense, it means that we need to take into account that it will cost us something. And it will be a good basis for good quality relationships between the US and Europe. Europe will only be strong if individual member states, including the Czech Republic, will take care of it. Perhaps after the speech of Secretary Rubio in Munich, people felt like relaxed, but he invited for really hard work, and he said that the US really wants to have strong Europe, and we have to work on that. Also within the EU, green policies and others that the current US administration considers to be that we are shooting ourselves in our own leg. As for economic cooperation, I think there is still a lot that can be done. And I would mention here the trip of the Czech foreign minister to the US. We can see that we are moving in this area, and there is strong transatlantic relation. And I hope that we will continue in strengthening these relations even in the future. Thank you very much. Chairman Kupka, and I remind you of the topic. How should the Czech Republic approach its position with respect to the relations to the US? Well, we should be a strong partner. I take the words of Mr. Havlíček that there are no doubts anymore about F-35 regarding the contract, also the perspective of purchasing Patriots and HIMARS in order to be able to actually use up the potential for the air defense. And the participation of Czech companies is the most strong and most concrete way how to talk about the relationship. There is no dispute about the values. No one actually questions our strong relations within NATO, but it is also related to increased spending into the defense. And it's quite refreshing to hear that our partners clearly follow what is going on, or whether these are just empty words and phrases, or whether the Czech Republic, in order to be a predictable and clear partner, will also deliver on its commitment regarding spending. And last important comment, we have something to offer in the area of drone technologies, advanced technologies, autonomous management, etc. And we have experts, and we should cooperate also in the space industry. this always was closely linked to defense capacities, and for the Czech Republic, it's a clear task. And then strengthening of relationships will be implemented in very specific steps and specific cooperation, and we will remain strong allies based on shared values. But shared values may not remain just an empty phrase. It has to be implemented by specific actions. Chairman Okamura, what are the areas where you would agree and disagree as part of the Czech Republic and US relations? Well, I'll speak on my behalf. In the manifesto, it's clearly stated that the Czech Republic will have good or standard relations with key global powers, including the US. As for the US as such, we highlight the cooperation in the area of economy, security, culture. That's all right. But as I hear one-sided opinions, you should also learn a lesson from the US. What I liked was the speech of J.D. Vance in Munich when he said that the major security threat is the illegal migration and also threats to freedom of speech as far as Europe is concerned. And you should really think about it when you want to punish people for their opinion, for somebody who had an opinion about migration that copies the opinion of President Trump when talking about illegal migration. Today, in my speech, I asked a question. If the US president said the same words, would you also, put him into court? And also the DSA. You support something that goes beyond or against the interest of the US. It relates to Facebook and other social media. You threaten the US. It's a regulation of the EU. There are huge sanctions. And the Trump administration condemns that, because what you say is disinformation. These are your approaches. So we can really learn a lesson from the US. And I gave you specific examples, and you are not talking about it. So learn a lesson in these areas. Martin Dvořák, I'm not quite sure whether hiding behind your immunity as being a representative, before even going to a court. But it doesn't matter. It's not the topic. We no longer perhaps trust that Donald Trump will love the Czech Republic because his former wife was of Czech origin. Well, we just have to admit that if we want to be a relevant partner, we cannot prove it on our own, but only through being part of a strong, united Europe that will be a partner to the US. But I will repeat it once again. Right now, the major issue that exists in the relationship between the Czech Republic and the US is our unwillingness to fulfill our commitment regarding NATO spending. All the bilateral meetings actually always turn to the fact whether we are ready to fulfill these commitments. And if we are not, then we are not going to be a trustworthy partner. So where are the shortcuts that lead to the White House? Just a short comment. Illegal migration, it is a topic. It's a huge topic for us, for the whole Europe. Ondřej Kolář, our EMP, focuses on that. It's just a response to Mr. Okamura. Martin Dvořák said a lot of what I wanted to say, but the fact that we cooperate in the business area. Okay, it's a question of our security and ability to live, and also the links to the US that we have, that we should foster. And we are really successful, and we can build on that, how we cooperate in the area of startups, innovations. The US compared to China and other world players are really important. But in order to be a respected partner for the US, it still remains the same. We just need to start delivering on our commitments and invest into defense capacities to be a respected partner in all the areas. The next topic, just brief response. Chairman Výborný. So let's be specific. In June, there is going to be a summit in Ankara. Most probably, President Trump is going to attend, and he will receive a spreadsheet. And if the Czech Republic is highlighted as the very last allies, then it would be a really bad start for building our relationship. Unfortunately, as this is as simple as it is, and this is a challenge for the remaining panelists. So, quick response of a member of the government before we move on to the next topic. Thank you. Unfortunately, we are only talking about one element, that is external security. From members of the current opposition, it seems to me that when they were in the government, we had an experience, many records. Well, you could achieve 2.6, 2.7%. Of course, it was not possible because of logical reasons, and we are not blaming you, therefore, for that. I just want to recap. When we talk about the external security, the budget is by 14 billion higher. If I take only MOD, it's the same as last year. If I recalculated GDP, it was 2%. In our case, it would be 2.01, 2.04. So it's roughly the same. So we stick to what you did. And the reasons are quite obvious. We need to focus on also other aspects of the security. And there is one important term that is important for the relationship between the Czech Republic and the US. And they said that the Czech Republic starts to be a voice of reason of the whole Europe, and that affects the relationships. Thank you very much. We heard it during today. The link between the internal and external security, the conflicts that are currently going on show us clearly that it's the basic criteria for the resilience of every single country. So the question of overall spending is one thing, and then the question where the spending will go. Let's start with, for example, Mr. Beran. What specific competences do you want to develop in the years to come, not only within the Czech army, but also within the Czech integrated rescue system? Well, I believe that for that we have strategies that are based on the ideas of relevant ministries. And, for example, we have some commitments such as the capability targets that are defined because of our membership in the NATO. So it's not that we at the Chamber of Deputies draw some challenges that we want to resolve, but we need to be able to fulfill the targets that we have from the NATO and also from the integrated rescue services. So it's about achieving this and getting to the level that is required by the current security situation. Mr. Bartoš, please be specific. I wanted to highlight the priorities when we discussed the state budget. In the defense budget proposal, we wanted to return 2 billion, and I said it's the package of a modern army for the 21st century. I studied priority in the area of defense, and it's the question of investment into autonomous systems and drones, air defense systems, but also cybersecurity and use of AI for analyzing big data. It's about 2 billion, neutral from the point of view of budget. If you disregard the renewable energy payments, well, we are still talking about defense area, the heavy brigade, etc., and we will not be able to implement them. But I focused on cyber security when I was the Minister for Digitization, and now we talk a lot about Iran, and it's a key question. Iran is one of the most dangerous countries in terms of cyber terrorism, and we should protect our critical infrastructure. And if the Czech Republic is under threat, it's not going to be rockets or missiles, but it will be an attack on critical infrastructure. The fresh incident is the attack on a data center, AWS, where was the cloud center. So you can see that even data centers are becoming critical elements of the infrastructure. And if we manage by a physical attack, by drone, or any other way to attack data storages, and you all experienced it, that data was stolen, there was a breach, etc. And the Czech Republic needs to focus on that, investing into this infrastructure. Secure data centers, we want to have F-35. The data must be stored securely somewhere. So these are this type of investments, and the centers need to be built. It takes time, and if we want to effectively reach 2%, well, human resources, cybersecurity, investment into replacement of the critical systems that we have from China or from unstable regions.
Or changing the current components, be it telephone infrastructure, centers or network centers or distribution networks and so on that are still used by the Czech Republic. And now, Mr. Chairman Havel, you asked how we want to extend internal security, if I understand the question, internal and external security. Well, I think that for the Czech Republic, cyber resilience is of utmost importance, and resilience of internal infrastructure. Some time ago, we've seen something called blackout, even though it was not a blackout per se, but last summer, a few hours, there was a blackout for a few hours, and it pointed our attention towards some weaknesses in terms of mobile signal, it turned out that our infrastructure is not as robust as we thought. So there's room for improvement, and even cyber resilience of our integrated rescue services. At the same time, we need to be prepared for hybrid threats. I hope that this will never happen in the Czech Republic, but I'm not sure whether we are prepared for greater sabotages in case there is a big sabotage, whether we have some contingency scenarios planned. What competencies should the Czech army develop as well as the Czech integrated system? What specific competencies should the Czech army and the integrated rescue services develop in the years to come? Thank you. One thing has not been mentioned here, which is a great threat for our internal security coming from Chinese technologies. Chinese technologies are either part of our critical infrastructure, or they are so close that they are able to influence us or monitor us, which is undervalued threat. Another thing that I would like to mention is that our society shows greater ability to accept foreign narratives, especially Russian and Chinese narratives. When we compare it, for instance, to Finland or the Baltic states, Russian propaganda is not as successful and efficient as here in the Czech Republic. And if you ask about the main tasks, well, this is not a task for the army, but for the politicians. Society needs to be resilient, and it will be resilient if it's united. If we see eye to eye when it comes to the main principles, which is not the case of our country, unfortunately, at this point. It's a question of education, maybe throughout the entire school system or educational system and extracurricular activities as well. So one of the biggest threats for our security is the high level of Chinese technologies used in our infrastructure, even though we know that they could be misused and be dangerous for our internal security. So I think that army should be able to discover these. And now, Mr. Okamura, in terms of investments in army, the main priorities of our government include strengthening of air defense. We will develop anti-drone systems, we will increase air defense capabilities, and we will make sure that our system is multi-layered and integrated. As regards the integrated rescue services, we will modernize the equipment of firefighters and soldiers. We want to improve the facilities of the integrated rescue services. We want to improve the systems of early warning and monitoring, as well as make them more efficient. So we've been already analyzing these systems and want to implement the changes during our time in office. Which competences in the years to come should be the center of our attention? I've focused on air defense and the use of autonomous systems, which have a great overreach, not only when it comes to air defense or air resources such as UAVs and autonomous management, but it is also an area of interest for the integrated rescue services, because the use of autonomous systems could prevent many risks and could even help protect the people in the rescue services. Another area is cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is important for all areas, including strategic and critical infrastructure, be it the energy sector, transport sector. All these sectors can be very vulnerable, and we need to make sure that these systems are secured and ready for any potential, to fight off any potential attacks. The war in Ukraine statistically caused statistically proven higher number of attacks on our critical infrastructure. Another area is strengthening resilience of Czech society for potential threats. Not only, God forbid, war conflict, but also other threats, threats that can come in peace times. So we should adapt our educational system, make sure that our society is better prepared to handle situations of discomfort and maybe some crisis or borderline crisis situations. So this should be included and incorporated into our educational sector. And I hope that this will be one of the main areas of reform of the Czech educational system. So now, Mr. Výborný, a lot has been said. As a teacher, I must say I am fully in line with what Mr. Kupka said. If we want to build resilient society, it needs to be translated into modern school curricula. So our school curricula should not be only about learning facts, but also about practical education.
že tady vůbec ta otázka
It is
integrovaného záchranného
also
zazněla,
crucial to talk about integrated rescue service because internal and external security of a country need to be closely interconnected. And if we are able to use efficiently all tools at our disposal, including digitization, this will make us stronger in times of crisis when the integrated rescue services play a crucial role. This is important. Another thing which has not been mentioned, and it does not concern the integrated rescue services, but I think it's equally important, is to think about intelligence information, be it domestic intelligence services or foreign intelligence. So this is also something very important which could strengthen Czech resilience and also cooperation with our partners. So we should remember this. Okay, our time is up. And I have to repeat once again that we are very much honored to have you all here. Oh, Mr. Havlicek, I apologize. You wanted to react? Okay, no, okay, just very briefly. Anti-UAVs defense is very important. Cybersecurity, briefly said, because we are very strong in this area and we should strengthen our areas of expertise. Energy security based on strengthening stable resources, nuclear energy gas, and another thing, which means that Mr. Bartosz still does not understand what we mean, because energy security is about funding and about energy that is available and can be paid for. So we need to create conditions, including prices, that we are competitive and that energy generates money that we can collect in taxes. If we don't have affordable energies, then we cannot discuss about what types of tanks, what kinds of cannons we want to have, what kinds of jets we want to have, and then we won't even be discussing whether it's Gripens or F-35s. It might be, just some small plane that we can, some hobby plane. So without affordable energies, none of that can happen. So thank you very much. We also thank viewers and our audience. And I would also like to thank President Pavel and His Excellency Merrick, Nicholas Merrick. So now I would pass the floor to Mr. Pavlacík, President of Jagello 2000. Mr. President, Your Excellency, the Chairman, thank you very much for your active participation. We do not know of many events where the highest representatives of the Czech political representation would meet with such high participation. And I'm glad that I could see that in several areas you could see eye to eye, you could find actually common ground, which is not always the case in political discussions. And I hope that this conference could also contribute to finding consensus across partisan lines in the Czech Republic. As I've mentioned in the morning, I hope that this 13th edition will be our lucky edition. And I hope that we've managed to fulfill this. I would like to thank the representatives of the Chamber of Deputies for their active participation. I hope that this discussion was very enriching. And this is not the very end. I would also like to ask the representative of Rail Service, the business director, because two countries from the from Moravia are very active in our defense industry for 90 years, and Ray, a partner, is our traditional partner of the glass of wine. So together with the business director, we would like to ask you to join us for a glass of wine. We'll be looking forward to seeing you here during our 14th edition of the conference. Our security cannot be taken for granted in March 2027. Thank you.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci. Jsme NATO.
Minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
Tak přísáme!
I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem.
Svoboda,